Yeah, folks, Quill18 here, and welcome to our Saturday live stream, where we're going back to a favorite of ours. It has been too long since we've played Kerbal Space Program. And we went from a game that we played, like, regularly on the channel to being, I think, so hurt by Kerbal Space Program 2 that have we picked it up since then? We did play some of, Juno or whatever, which used to be called Simple Rockets 2. And that wasn't actually a bad Kerbal replacement, although I'm not sure they have big plans to continue that game, which is unfortunate because I would like to see a little bit more there. But it turns out Kerbal Space Program 1 is still amazing. And you throw in some visual mods in there, and honestly, sometimes it looks better than KSP 2. And it actually works, which is nice. And of course, it helps that it has a giant modding community. There's also, now I don't have it running here, but there also have been some recent pushes for implementing stuff that was supposed to be in KSP 2 into KSP 1, like the other solar systems, some of the colonization mechanics, and so on and so forth. Of course, we had some of the colonization, or some colonization mods before that. We had some, like, alternate planet mods before that as well, but the community for KSP 1 is still alive and kicking, and that is a great thing. I am using Parallax Continued. Rhyme pen dragging, yes, I guess I could have made that a little clearer in the wet game over there, but it is Parallax Continued that I'm running, which presumably is better. I don't have any mods in here that affect gameplay as far as I know, and that includes no additional parts, so we're not going to have the procedural wings. I'm following the Kitten Space Agency. I don't know what the hell is going on with that, but I'm definitely keeping an eye on things. That is really interesting. Lexi, if you look at the description box down below, you can see the list of the visual mods. So it's Astronomer's visual pack, which has a lot of prereqs, like I think the enhanced visuals, or whatever, EV-E1, the Parallax Continued, Deferred, TUFX, Firefly. It's possible that some of the things aren't configured to, like, the max usefulness, but it's still definitely doing a thing. Like, look, we got little trees and stuff like that for added things. I think that's Parallax over here that's adding that. And if we, like, look around, like, the skies look great, the distant mountains. I mean, the Kerbal Space Agency always looks kind of plain, but that's okay. And then when we get in space, the visuals are going to be great, assuming I haven't borked the installation of those things. In terms of things that aren't just visual mods, I do have Science, or X Science over here, which I'm realizing might not be the mod that I meant to install. My issue is sometimes you've got all these experiments, like, glued onto your ship, and it's annoying to go and click each one of them. There's a mod I run that has a interface to make it easier for you to click and activate. Maybe we are going to be able to do it from here. I don't know, or maybe I've got the wrong mod in here. There's two science mods that I've often used. One basically listed all outstanding science to make it easier for you to figure out, like, what am I missing? What could I still collect? And the other one is just a slightly different UI for running the experiments that are already on your ship. And that's one I usually do, just so I don't have to keep rotating my ship and figure out, like, wait, where did I put the thermometer or whatever? So that might be an adjustment. I'm also running the draft Twitch viewers. So this is a standard career start, except you can see I started with more money. And the reason that I started with more money, hang on, I just spilled a little coffee. Okay, it's only all over my keyboard. That's fine. The reason I started with a bit more money is because the first thing I'm going to do is go to the astronaut complex and fire all these bums. Jebediah, Bill, Bob, Valentina. Pfft, why would he ever use those guys? But it means we're going to have to fill up with some new Kerbals. So let's see if our draft Twitch viewers mod is correctly running. I'm going to draft a new pilot. Gloomy Moron has been drafted as a pilot. Excellent. Let's get a second pilot right away. Montero Byte has been drafted. My apologies to the people over on YouTube. This mod just works with Twitch. I don't know if YouTube chat has the same sort of like API support. I must, because I think you can run bots in Twitch, or in YouTube. So I'm assuming there's something like that. But Twitch API I think is easier. It's certainly been around longer, so there's just more support for it. So yeah, we'll be doing that. And it's not required. It's not using the name and game thing on Twitch. I think it's just yoinking. It's yoinking viewers who are present in chat on Twitch. So even if you want to watch on YouTube, if you just load up Twitch and technically exist on Twitch, you should be eligible for being picked there. Anyway, so I think normally the career starts with something like 25 grand. We're going to be spending a bit hiring these extra pilots, and the cost does go up. So you can see the next person we hire is going to be 40 grand. It adds up really quickly. So that was the only reason we threw in a little bit of money. And that'll be okay. Present or active? I think just present. I don't think this mod looks at who's actively chatting. I think it just loads up the viewer list, and that is all. Anyway, let's get ourselves started. I would love to see if we could push a little... Oh, hold on. I do want to read some subs and resubs. First of all, I do also want to give some shoutouts to... Why is this not... Man, sometimes these lists really don't work very well, do they? We got some gift subs earlier. And I want to say from... Why is this listing so terrible? Both on Twitch and on Streamlabs. I don't know... You know, how hard is it, really, to not do this, to not screw this up? A reward request, if we filter that out. No, I thought it was Parduke that gave 10 gift subs. And so my apologies, I can't scroll back far enough in the chat. Oh no, wait, I actually just got the last of the gift subs from Parduke. It was still in my chat over there, but I think it was a block of 10. So thank you very much for that, Parduke. If you are a new Twitch subscriber, or if you're a YouTube member, or if you're a supporter over on Patreon, you can join our Discord. Just go into Discord, make sure to link Discord to your account, and it should invite you to the server. And if it doesn't, email me, quill18@quill18.com. Our resubs today, and we will start the game very shortly. Ranger started us off at 53 months, DeStitch at 43, Nazaki's at 129, Bitter Ashes at 57, Dead Williams at 20, Parduke is at 66 months, Prime me up, baby. Yeah, remember your Twitch Prime. Job is at 111 months, 111, and says, I don't know half of you. I don't know half of you half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve. So Job is celebrating their 11th anniversary, right? And dropping a quote from Lord of the Rings. Thank you very much there. Elder Druid, that is, 111 is the 11th, right? It's not 121 that's the 11th? I don't remember. Elder Druid is at 43 months and says 43 is the atomic number of the element technetium, the first element to be produced artificially. I did not know that. I said Eric Fish is at 89 months, Green Elite's at 34, Queslot is at their 2-year Twitch anniversary, 2 laps around the sun for more fun. Thank you very much, Queslot. Minaris is at 65 months, Kane is at 113, Cyberduck also 2-year Twitch anniversary, Unusual Items at 34 months, Fable Not Goods at 50 months, Elm is at 100 months even, A Fox in the Wild's at 61, Smithy's at 55, The Monk's at 72, and just now we got Minifest coming in at 108 months. Let's play some Kerbal. First thing we want to do, and it's easy to forget, we want to grab some missions so we can get paid for some stuff. We're going to take the gather scientific data from around Kerbin, which needs any science whatsoever, and launch our first vehicle. Easy peasy. Let's do the very standard initial launch. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab a Mark 1 command pod. We're going to take the one and only engine we've got on there, and we're going to throw a parachute on the top. We are going to go and tweak this. Now, if I expand this over here, there we go. Used to be required basically, that you run either the Space Engineer Redux mod or MechJeb, or potentially a couple other little things to get Delta V information. Finally, with one of the latest updates to KSP1, they did add Delta V information built into the game, which I might be covering. I don't know for this game where we want to be. I'm going to go there for now, and then we'll adjust as we figure out what we're covering. So for this, I just want to go off the ground. That's all. I do need to go up high enough to make our parachute actually be able to properly deploy on the way down. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with about 20% of our total fuel here. And then the other thing is the thrust to weight ratio of like 10 over here is going to be way too fast and a little difficult to control. So I'm going to pull this down. This does, it updates very slowly. We'll bring it to like a 2, there you go, which is still pretty aggro, but isn't too bad. I don't think we need some aerodynamics on this, but let's go and add this, because we're not going to have a ton of control. So triple fins does cover everything. We do have a proper flag loaded in. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. I think we're good to go. I don't have BlackRock's volumetric clouds. I keep hearing amazing things about it. I should probably pick it up. I should probably go, so it is a paid mod. You got to do like $5 for like a Patreon support to get it, but I should probably go and try it at some point. Who's going to be our pilot? Looks like it's going to be Montera Byte over here. It was automatically loaded in, so we'll go with that. We'll try to cycle a few others. I got a hype chest. That's interesting. What happens if I open it? Oh, I get a new emote. That's cool. No sprouts. Yeah, that's true. That would have been good too. Salty old Badger, thank you very much for the gift subs to the channel. Is it? I think September has started. Not September, but Subtember. I think on Twitch. I think there's discounted subs have started. Kana, thank you very much. That is awesome. So yeah, you guys are getting discounts to doing sub stuff right now, which is fantabulous. And I think we're good to launch. Oh, let's get some science. Doop doop doop. Doop doop doop. Not cargo. Science. Let's go and stick on just 3 of these, or 2 of these should be plenty. We can get 1 science from the launch pad, 1 science slightly up in the air, and that will be that. Okay. I think we're okay. Hey, thanks, Greenlee. Yeah, the voice is feeling pretty good. So let's go and lunch. And hope we don't lose our first Kerbal immediately. Okay, ooh, I can close that. So, if I open X Science over here. Show experiments of it. Nah, this is not the one I meant. Oh no! Okay. Alright. Ooh, and then Twitch chat, you need to go away. Dang it, that's too bad. So we'll observe some mystery goo. We will get a crew report. And I should be able to EVA because we're landed. And that means I should be able to get an EVA report from the launch pad. Lovely. And then the other great thing is I can take the data and then restore the data. And then board, so then I can do another crew report. Because the way I always imagine it is like there's like a clipboard attached to the cockpit where they do their crew report, and then when you, but there's not enough room to like move around the cockpit because it's too small. So if you do an EVA, yeah, this thing's got to be, I mean, really it could be hidden because I'm not using this bar, but I'm just gonna unlock it so I could move it up here, and then I'll just leave it there. It's the toolbar mod that is actually required by a couple of things, even though I'm not actively using it. So yeah, the thing I think is you EVA, so it lets them take the clipboard, put it under the seat, and then when they go back in, they're going to be able to do a new report. So that's it. So we're going to hit spacebar to launch. When we reach our apex, we'll deploy our parachute, and then we'll remember to do our science along the way too. What is the other science mod I used to run? I wonder if it was for science. I don't know, that was autopilot for running. Damn. Oh, we gotta give, hold on, treat stream immediately. Science alert re-alerted. That's the one it is. It's science alert I used to run. Okay, we'll probably do a little restart after this launch, just to get that there. Meanwhile, what is this treat stream? Loading, 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 loading faster. Treat stream being slow. It's Parduke! Ooh, with the sushi! to a successful launch. You know what? We will. So one of the things we do to collect science from the launch pad is we do our little rolling ship. We're gonna have to name that the little Parduk roll. It's the Parduk roll maneuver. Okay, let's launch. Boom. And now we're going to observe mystery goo. Here, we'll tilt slightly towards the horizon. We can get a crew report. I can turn off the SAS now. We cannot EVA because we need to upgrade our science center or something like that to be able to do in-flight EVAs. Expand, expand, expand. I guess it doesn't fully expand until what? 1 kilometer from the ground? There we go. Okay. I was like, maybe I should have launched a little higher just to make sure we get the deployment proper. But there we go. Excellent. Aiming for orbit, even if you fail, still get science. Well, that's true. But I did want this flight to be quite short. Wouldn't you get knocked off in atmosphere EVA? Right now, we could EVA. Right now, because we're moving so slowly, you can safely EVA right now, and you won't get blown off. So is it period? Yeah. Let's do the time warp again. I make no apologies for my bad singing. You people know what you're signing up for. It looks like we're landing too fast, just mostly because of the time warp here. Look at these pretty, look at the ground. I think that's Parallax that adds that. Look how, it's so nice. And performant for some reason. I don't know how KSP, no, listen, let's not talk about KSP2. I wonder if this is a different landscape. We might be able to do an EVA. EVA report. Yes, from the shores, good. And that means we can also take this data and then reboard, because then I can do another crew report. Excellent. All right, let's recover the Wetzel. And grab all this. That's a good amount of starting science. And we would have completed our things. Now, I'm also running the Final Frontier mod, which has no gameplay implication whatsoever. It's just awesome. Ever since I first ran into this, ages ago, it's one of the things that I must run all the time. I love that my little Kerbals get ribbons to mark their achievements. So Gloomy Moron has got the Research 1 ribbon, the First Landman and Kerbin ribbon, the Altitude Record ribbon for 1 kilometer flight, and the Speed Record ribbon. Excellent. I mean, we're going to surpass all these numbers, but it's going to be a great start. So if we go back over to Mission Control, we could go straight for the Escape the Atmosphere mission, because we actually probably could go and pull this off right now. We might even be able to do orbit without any new science. It's a little hard to say. But crew report flight below, near location, meh. Near location, yeah, I don't want to do any of these here. Testing a thing at the launch site. Oh, this is easy peasy. We can finish this in 2 seconds. And the Mark 1 parachute in flight above Kerbin should be fine, as long as this parachute is deployed. Even if it's pre-deployed, as long as in here, it's going to be okay. We should be able to achieve this. We'll tell you what, let's grab this right now, because we can immediately finish the swivel mission. Now, what's interesting about the swivel mission is it's probably an engine we didn't have access to, but we don't even have to we don't even have to get it to do anything. We can do this. This won't go anywhere because there's no gas. But we should be able to, depends on the mission. Run test. There you go. That completed it. Sometimes you do have to activate them, but a lot of times it's just right click and run test. And that is sufficient. So that costs us nothing. Gloomy Moron just got a operational service ribbon. Any curb? Oh, it cycled the pilots automatically. There you go. Gloomy, that wasn't a very exciting mission, but it got it done. Solid booster in flight over Kerbin. We have to activate it in the air. I think I'll probably just go straight for the Escape the Atmosphere that we're going to do next. And we still have the parachute mission. But before that, we're going to get the Parduk Maki roll happening. Let's go to R&D. Let's unlock engineering here for some more science. We'll unlock the basic rocketry, not that we need it right this second, but it's cheap and we're clearly going to want that. And then survivability, we can get even more science. So we're going to grab that for the press mat barometer, and then we're going to come over here. This is what I love doing this. So we're going to take a command pod over here. We're going to go down to science. Okay, I guess we don't have the other science module yet. I'm just going to get something that's physically here, like you know what? Even just like a structural thing like this is fine. And then I like to put a second one of these command pods. Now, this won't roll quite as well without the sushi. You know what? It doesn't look sushi roll enough. Let's just use a couple of fuel tanks just for aesthetics. Was it alt-click? There it is. There, like that. And then we'll throw that on there. All right. So this is going to be our Harduk Maki roll over here. And then we're going to throw some science on this thing. Good. I don't think those things will break off. Now, some of these are repeatable, but just for ease of whatever. Oh, I don't have symmetry on for those. There you go. There you go. All right. Let's give this a try. I could put them on the tip of the nose. I don't think they'll break, but they might get in the way. We'll see. We can always reset. Some of these things are physics enabled and some aren't. So, oh, you know what? Hang on a second. Let me just, I guess I could have done a revert, but it doesn't make a difference. We get all our money back regardless. Let me quickly reload with the new science mod. So bear with me. This will take a moment. Actually, I should have just alt forward here because it's going to load, whatever. It's fine. All right. Let me just install the science alert mod. Apply, and then reload the game. There, that should greatly simplify our clicking. Odd watching KSP without build time. Yeah, I've used the build time mods and things before. It does add some really exciting realism. But we're going for not too many gameplay modifiers. Actually, literally there should be 0 gameplay modifiers. Just a couple of alternate ways for me to click things. RP1 mod. Oh, the real propellants mod. Yeah, that is intense. Like the ones where you have to make sure you kick off with enough initial thrust that like your propellant is being correctly gravity fed to your engines is insane. And don't you have to do some temperature management for some of those things too? Hey Ben, I did actually consider doing a new Master Ryan 2 playthrough recently. We might do a revisit there. Okay, so let's try this again. We'll go here, the Maki roll, and yeah, we'll put both pilots in. Not that it'll really matter. And then. Yeah, launch from this runway. I guess there's the island airfield. We could also get a little science there. Oh, I hit the right mod, but clicked the wrong button. So you're saying this, and it's not, this is not the right mod. This little bubbly sound, this is the right mod. This is the one I wanted, the science alert mod. But you're saying that somewhere in here, I guess there's experiments available right now, but I can't run the experiments from here, can I? Or is there a hotkey for doing that in this mod? The button is under the X. Well, there's an X here. There's no button here. Under the X here. I think you're gonna have to be a little. Under the X and toolbar. Oh, wait, this one? Oh, science here now. Oh! Oh, okay, that's weird that it's 2 windows. Now, I do quite like... So this is the one that I use. So I guess we could really use either one. But I do like this one here, especially the fact that it can do it in bulk and then deploy without EVA. I mean, maybe the other one has that as well. That's entirely possible. But let's do deploy all without EVA for a second here. So we're going to get our mystery goo, our temperature scan, a crew report, and an atmospheric scan. And then what we're going to do... Actually, I wonder which one of these two had the crew report. Because then I can do an EVA. Oh, maybe I can't. Oh, I think your door is locked. Well, you can EVA with Gloomy, right? Yep, okay. There you go. We can do the EVA science experiment. I might be getting a little confused because there's 2 of them. Take data, and then reboard. There we go. All right, good. So then the design of the ship is simply meant to roll off the runway. We technically leaving the ground for a split second, but not realistically enough to get anything. I love to do this. We just roll off the runway here onto the grass. Kerbal reaction wheels are overpowered. There we go. Oh, yeah, okay. This is not behaving quite correctly because we have multiple copies of the experiments, and I think it's getting confused. What if we did use this one? Why are you telling me I would get 0? Oh, that's plus the other one. Okay. And then there. I don't know. Maybe I'll start using this one after all. Maybe it works better. Although, I feel like we could get a crew report right now, and it's not actually pointing that out, and it's not bringing up the EVA. Oh, this still counts as shores. Okay, so we're not literally not getting any. All right. We might be able to squeeze a little extra science out of these, so I'll do that because we're about to recover over here. All right. Recover vessel, a little bit more science. Does KSP have a concussion protocol? All right. So what would be great, I don't know when we get the, here it is, the Science Junior 45. That's quite a lot of science. Different weakness, the radial. Swivel, the Reliant, Thumper, bigger gas tank. Okay, it's probably worth grabbing this just for the bigger gas tank right now. And then we're going to do our first proper launch into orbit. Well, sorry. I don't know about orbit, but we're going to try to hit space. We're going to try to collect science from the upper atmosphere, and things like that. So I still don't have the extra science pod. So really we can descend with this. Because we're not going very high, we probably don't need a heat shield. But I guess we could put one in just to be safe. And then, what am I looking for? This parachute on the top should be plenty. And then for science experiments, we're going to try to just slap them on here. There you go. A couple of those. A couple more of those. And a couple of thermometers. That's pretty good. What's that? Hey, cool man! What's your worst nightmare? My worst nightmare is a zombie animal attack. Animals attack Arhus. I don't know. My thing, and this still comes up, even though I'm 45 years old. I'm in high school, and there's an assignment I didn't complete. It's funny how just some things last forever. So, it's a decoupler, not a separator, but I guess that's all we have access to right now, and it's going to be functionally the same. So, let's go and throw... I mean, that's going to be... This will definitely get us into space. Again, not orbital... Is that my total delta V there? 1205? Yeah. So this isn't going to be orbital, but it's going to get us into space. And then we're going to throw a trio of fins in here for some stability. Do we have access to the little launch brakes? No. I think we get that a little bit later. Okay. What do we have under the cargo? EVA jetpack, personal parachutes. Oh yeah, those didn't used to be built in. We don't need the antennas. We're not going to be transmitting any tech. We don't need landing gear or anything like that, because we're just going to launch. We're going to drop off this bottom part. This is going to be okay. And then, what's our thrust to weight ratio? 3. We're going to bring down our thrust limiter a little, just because it can be a little hard to control, and you do get a lot of atmospheric drag quite quickly at those speeds. So, as you need your thrust to weight ratio to be greater than 1, otherwise you're literally just standing still. So technically a 1.01 would get you moving upwards, but you'd be spending 99.9% of your fuel just canceling out gravity and barely moving. So the bigger the thrust to weight, the less gravity drag you're afflicted with, but it can lead to controllability and atmospheric problems. So usually I try to keep it under 2. A lot of times as a minimum, I'm target 1.2, 1.3. 1.5 is probably comfortable. We're going to say 1.88 seems pretty nice for us. So I think this is probably going to be our mission. I think it's good. We did select for our pilot. All right, Montera Bite is coming in on this one again. You know what? No, we're going to do Gloomy Moron. Oh, sorry, I was getting it confused. Okay, whatever. Fine. I can't remember now who we did first. I think Montera Bite was in the first one, right? Whatever. Let's launch this. So our goal with this one, I'm a little annoyed that this isn't actually, oh, I gotta go back to edit mode. That this isn't centered this way. There. We don't need to name this one. Untitled is gonna be okay. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with this one over here. Oh, I guess we didn't do the temperature scan, atmospheric scan here. You know what? Let me do these, and then immediately reset this flight. And then let me double check our crew here. Okay, it was Gloomy Moron that got the proper flight. Montero's just gone on the little launch pad test and things, so I am going to go and put Montero in this to split the XP around. Okay. Launch again. Untitled Spacecraft sounds like an album. It does, doesn't it? Okay. SAS on. Thrusters to max. Staging looks good. Boom. I think I got a mod that tweaks the engine sounds too, and I think they're very satisfying. Alright, we'll do... Look at the clouds! Oh, mods. So good. Alright, let's go ahead and do a little bit of a roll here, just to get a little bit more of a ballistic return, because if we come straight down, that can be quite speedy and hard to deal with. Yeah, not collect all, deploy all is the button I want. Yeah. And do we need... Isn't there a place I can go to show our periapsis information immediately? Is it over here? No, that's the map. I don't need a mod to show me my predicted apoapsis, periapsis, and all that, right? Do I? I was sure there was a way to do it in-game, and I never use it because I tend to use mods. Purple button, bottom left. Oh, there is one. Maneuver. There it is. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to hit about 19K. What the hell was that sound? I don't like unexplained bangs. Anyway, let's go ahead and separate. Turn off the SAS. It should auto swing over to a prograde kind of orientation here. That must be shit like burning up, or what the hell's that sound? It's not burning up, that's still there. There's the space center over there. Look how great this looks. Ah, mods. So nice. Okay, staging, it should be safe. Although, hang on, our mission... Okay. We might... no, we'll be traveling too fast, I think. For me to deploy it at under 10K, I suspect our speed will still be too fast. We'll burn off a little bit from air resistance, but I don't think there's going to be enough. So I think I'm just going to go for the parachute deployment now. Well, I guess I can wait. Yeah, there's no way we're going to be below 220. Maybe if we pre-deployed a drag chute or something. Are we getting sonic booms? Yeah, maybe we're getting sonic booms. Which isn't in base game. Okay, see, now we're entering 10K, but we're going to go too fast. So, I'll just go ahead and do this. I mean, hold on. Maybe it will work. Because we're about to drop 220 now. I assumed we had to activate it then. But I guess it just has to be activated. It has to be active at some point here. So it's about to drop. There you go. There's the speed. Although... I'm not sure... Did it complete it? No. I think we'd have to run the test. I think we would have to activate it here. Okay. Mm-hmm. Speed we're dropping, but I just didn't have faith that we'd get below 220 without additional drag. No, I did right-click. There's no run test. There's only cut parachute. Yeah. Good call there, Raging Potato. Potato. But there we go. There's the slowdown. Let's go ahead and time warp. Go a little faster. Unexplained bangs is fine on spaceships. Mm-hmm. Do it. Cut it. We should get a little bit of science here in the ocean. So we still have an active mystery goo. That's nice. But more than that, if I go report, oh no, don't overwrite. EVA experiment. Water is wet. And then take the data and then take this and that to reset it, and then reboard. There you go. And then we can redeploy another round of experiments and then come home. All right, good. We should be able to orbit now. So, yeah, we have both our missions. Oh yeah, I still have to test the parachute. We can get more missions if I just upgrade this, but I don't need to quite yet. So this gets us our orbital engine, which I think is going to be important. We'll pick up the Terrier. And then... Oh, I don't have enough for this. I'm 4 science short for the better experiment. Now, I could just go and build a quickie little rovery type thing to just go and bump into one of the buildings. I don't think we need the actual winglets or the radial decouplers. Yeah, I think I'm just going to save the science. What's the take data thing for? Is that just before you're able to transmit? Yeah, so some experiments can't be transmitted for their full results. And I don't actually have an antenna on here. Although, is there like a little built-in antenna on the command pod, just like very limited range? Yeah. So I probably could have transmitted some of the data. But yeah, you can always take the science data out of it and do a bit of a reset. Some things can't have that reset without a tier 2 scientist. So resetting the goo pod and resetting the science junior can't be done without a proper scientist aboard. But yeah, you can always take the data and like it clears the experiment and things and whatever. I just wasn't sure about the transmitting working out. So the top of this, I think, is going to stay the same. And then beyond that, this little guy, well, you know what? We may as well like overshoot it a little. We do this, and then we use the Terrier. So the Terrier has terrible atmospheric efficiency, but much better vacuum efficiency. So that's going to be our circularizing engine. And then we're going to go and pick up another decoupler, and then we're going to slap on a couple of 200 tanks, and we're going to put on our swivel engine. And then what does our total delta V look like? Not fantastic, but there's no way we can't fit a lot more fuel on this. So we've got some thrust weight to spare. So if we do this... Oh, then it doesn't auto-expand. Oh, that's terrible. I'll probably end up having to put in MechJeb in here just to get a better delta V display. Okay, so this thrust to weight ratio is still great over here. Is there a staging issue? It feels like we're really not getting the distance I was expecting. I really don't think we need our first stage to be any bigger than this to get to orbit, do we? I don't know. If I do this... Thrust to weight 1.38. I mean, that's enough to get to space properly, but not actually orbital. We shouldn't need fuel transfers to get to space, do we? I do have a heat shield. We usually don't need it for a simple return from low orbit. I mean, I know we don't have fuel vat tanks right now for the side things, but I really didn't think we would need more than this for the initial orbit. I might just be remembering how much effort we need to put in the past. Some fins. I think I might go for quads this time. And yeah, when you've got something that's getting longer like this, it does start to have more and more issues with stability. We don't have increased... Where'd that be? Would it be under pods? No, it's under command and control. We don't have extra reaction wheels or anything like that, but it should still be light enough that the reaction wheel here is okay, plus the gimbling, I think. I mean, I can put more fuel here. I mean, I could put more fuel in the top part. Okay, thrust weight is still good. I don't have a longer fuel tank now. Oh, I do have a 400. Which I think they're all exactly the same. They just need fewer clips. Like, I don't think this actually makes a difference. This is 2 FL800s, basically. All right, and you can see I have more fuel here than I did. So our numbers went up again. Well, this will definitely touch space. I guess we don't even have the orbit mission right now. And this is overkill for touching space. Counts first Delta V stage as atmospheric. Because you can tune... Because the first one is atmospheric, but the second one... Oh, it's probably not giving me credit. Okay. Yeah. It's not giving me credit for this stage. And I don't know if I can change the calculation per stage. To say for this one, treat it as being in a vacuum or nearly so. Yeah, it changes them both together. That's what I thought. But in theory, like, the pressure is going to decrease. The average pressure we're going to be facing is going to be a lot lower. Okay, I think we're probably going to go atmospheric now. So yeah, this Delta V tool is of questionable usefulness for us, but all right. Hopefully it's stable enough, or someone might die. There you go. This is the might die. Congratulations, Montera. You're going to be piloting the might die. I'm sure it's going to be fine. Why would you worry about it? Hey, cool man. Oh, Wandering Robot Studio. Thank you very much for that. That was very kind. Cool man says my favorite SCP. Oh man, I don't remember the SCPs and which ones would be my favorite. I'm so sorry. I tend to like the ones that are really like reality warping, make you question your sanity. I like the toaster one. That's my favorite SCP probably. Mm-hmm. That's why you wrote on Discord, Kerbal Engineer still the way to go, because base game UI, but it sucks. Yeah. You know, it's always a thing. Same thing happens when I try to do a vanilla RimWorld run. It tends to reach a point where I'm like, you know what? Yeah, we need a mod for X, Y, and Z. Okay. We are attempting, at the very least, space. We probably have enough for orbit. In fact, we probably have overkill for orbit. Just based on my memory, like the size of the ship, I was like, this has got to get there, right? So our general rule of thumb is when you hit about 100 meters per second, or about 100 kilometers, that's usually where we start our turn. Always sea-wise over here. You can reduce the heat shield's durability to reduce weight. Really? I don't think I knew that. That's actually really cool. If we build a space station, can we name it Donut? Well, we might. I don't know if we're going to get to that point today. Let's go, let's go. Push, 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 push over. Push over some more. Yeah, let's go to the purple one right away so we can see the apoapsis grow. And again, I usually aim for about 45 degrees of inclination at about 15K. I don't want to go too far out of the prograde circle over here. Sound changes are cool. Okay, I'm tipping too fast, actually. A flat push to orbit is theoretically very efficient, assuming you get out of the atmosphere quickly enough. I'm a little concerned here. So I'm just trying to keep the nose up a little bit more. There's our 15K. I'm going to nose up a little longer here. Feels still good for now. Okay. We're going to get some high atmosphere science. And I guess I will transmit you for full. I don't get the full science transmitted from the temperature scan, which is really weird to me. Like, aren't we just reporting degrees? Okay, apoapsis is over 50. And now the atmosphere is thin enough, I really can go very flat. 70, we are going to space today! Okay, and stage. And now all I'm doing is burning flat here to sort of pre-circularize a little bit. Although I don't have the mission to go orbital, but I think I can go back to the command center, turn in missions, get new missions. So if we stabilize in orbit, then I can go and do that and turn in our we went to space quest and pick up our we need to be orbital quest. Unless it requires a new ship, which it might. Okay, 52, nice and quiet. So lovely. Kerbals put air with temperature in a jar to bring back. Ah, that explains it. The temperature, the atmosphere on Kerbin here goes to 70,000 kilometers. I mean, the pressure is almost nothing here, but there's still technically a little drag. Which you can see, if you watch the apoapsis, it's going down ever so slightly as the drag is slowing us currently. But yeah, as long as the apo is over 70, we go to space. I'm just going to go and position myself completely horizontally. Look at that. Look at that skybox. Nice solar flares, beautiful planet. I mean, the thing is, the base game by itself doesn't actually look that bad. But then, yeah, you add a few visual mods in here, some shader stuff. And we're in space! All right, let's deploy all this science. Collect, collect, collect. And, okay, I'm going to start a burn. If the apoapsis starts shooting upwards, because we don't have our timers and stuff. We don't have a lot of info here, because we don't have maneuver nodes. I guess if I went here... No, yes, I don't even get my periapsis marker. So if I try to burn, or apoapsis marker... Okay, the apoapsis is going up, although not too fast. If the apoapsis was shooting up, it means our burn was way too early. Here, in fact, maybe it's somewhat too late. I don't know. We're still climbing now, which is good. And all I'm doing right now, because we're actually very close to the apoapsis. We're near the perfect place to circularize. We're trying to burn until we get circular. We need to make sure we don't use up all our fuel, because we're going to have to slow ourselves down to come back. Very nice. You can see our orbital line flattening out. Very soon the periapsis won't be inside the planet, but we need the periapsis to be above 70K, so we're actually property orbital. There we go. It's shooting up very quickly, very quickly, very quickly. Boom, 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 boom. Hang on a sec. Camera change. There we go. Okay, both of these numbers are above 70. We are now in orbit, and we can be here forever. Although Montera probably doesn't actually want that. The internal view. Keep wanting to do missions completely internal, although you really, in practice, need a mod that gives you a little bit more more console stuff. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to quick save first in case I F up. I'm going to go to the Space Center. I should be able to go here. Yeah, so that completed that mission. I'm going to take the... Wait, did it auto-complete the orbit mission? Oh, damn. That's annoying. Because there should have been a 3-pip orbit mission, but maybe it automatically went away and we didn't get the value? Ugh. Okay, well, we have the return from orbit. I still got the full value, you think? That it skipped even though I didn't accept it? Okay, well, that would be nice. Okay, so we're going to go back to our ship, which I think requires me to go to the tracking station for, right? So, yeah, it's a little shame that we couldn't do both. That's the might die, so I go fly. It goes away if you do a thing before taking world's first contract. You get no credit. You do get some sort of automatic reward, but I don't know if it's full value. Okay. Well, whatever happened, happened. Okay, so let's turn ourselves buttwise. There we go. So now this is retrograde. So now if we burn, we will slow down. I'm not going to plan a landing spot. And all we want to do here is burn until our periapsis is inside the atmosphere. So at any point is good. With this, I'll probably burn to something like this. So right now, we would be predicted to miss the ground, except we're going to be hitting some thick air on the way down. That'll slow us down enough that we'll do a re-entry. And I can probably go and separate now. We'll do a quick save again in case I muck this up. I'm just going to turn, drop, and then return to a buttwise facing. And let's go ahead and do a little time warp. So this is the... Can't remember what they call the different time warps. Ooh, okay, I do have Planet Shine running. Is that it? No, that's Parallax. I need more... Well, this wouldn't be Planet Shine. This is just vacuum ambient light. There you go. We just need a little bit. It's unrealistic, but I just want to be able to see the ship even in the darkness like this. All right, so we're now inside the atmosphere, so now we can still physics warp to speed things up, and our periapsis is dropping, even though we're barely in any atmosphere right now. It's still enough to slow us down a little bit more. You just see just a little bit. And 5. And yeah, we're just waiting. In fact, I can turn off SAS and it'll wibble wobble, but it should be aerodynamically stable for this. It'll be better. Oh, Montero's probably getting sick here. There we go. Definitely impacting the ground now. So now we're going to be bleeding off speed very quickly. Whee! Once we get more skill, we can lock to retrograde here. And hold that. Wow, those are some great heat effects! From some sort of mod I'm running. Look at this! What's the hide UI button? Is it F11? Nope. Does anyone remember how to hide the UI? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I have aerodynamic overlays. There it is. Okay. This is so slick. A little bit of heat meters just showing up briefly, but they're fine. And yeah, we have too much ablator on our heat shield for this. Yeah, we could have saved some weight maybe. That would have been nice. Okay, hit points on the goo things are fine. They're not going to burn away, I don't think. Sometimes you can reset, yeah, with a little bit of a rotation. You can get a little tweak on that. We have no SAS going on right now. It's just aerodynamically stable to keep its butt into the wind. A little shock cone. You take off your helmet for science. We might do it after the parachute goes out. Oh wait, I don't know if we can do it at all while the ship is under move without upgrading our astronaut center. F2 hides the UI. Thank you. Although I'm running it standalone, not actually in Steam. So I can't take the Steam screenshots. I don't remember if there's a key. Okay, so we're still waiting for this to slow down enough to be safe to drop the parachute. I love taking screenshots in this game. This and like Flight Simulator, I mean, come on. We're rotisserie chickens. Yeah, rotating. Okay, we're still red on the parachute. We don't have a drogue chute on here, but we're not heavy enough, and we're not coming. There we go. That is safe deployment. We're not coming from another planet or something like that on a really hard descent, so we really didn't need the extras. We'll go time warp. Again. And we should get the full deployment. It's like, come on, full deployment. Where are you doing? We could tune when it does the full deployment. Next Prime, if you do the what game, you'll get a partial mod list there. Okay, well, I guess we're going to deploy all, which will include the EVA report. And take, and then reboard, and then do a new crew report over at the Highlands. Perfect! Big daisies. We're just very small. Bet Kerbals love turning the capsule into a ride, spinning it for max speed. Yeah, they're crazy people. I just got a text message. I did forget to set a timer for the food. Heads up, your courier is about to arrive. Lovely. Go and check on that in just a second. Okay. So I still have the parachute mission. There's the Explore the Moon. And this is just the moon flyby, right? Yeah. All right. That sounds great. We barely need anything more to do the moon flyby. We definitely want the more science because we need to collect more science. And really what we're looking for is this fuel system here for the external fuel ducts is going to be the next big thing. I wonder, is there anything else that I want in the interim that's going to make a difference? Not really. I mean, we're also going to want the radial decoupler, I think, for radial fuel tanks to make use of the fuel system. So we may as well unlock that because it's on the way, but I kind of need the 90 science. The thing is, oh, F1 does the in-game screenshot. Thank you, Elder. We might actually just be able to get an extra 24 science here just with our science junior by repeating a couple of things. So, like, let's say I come over here, and I wonder if we can do the parachute experiment. We probably can. Maybe I can double it up here. So we'll put a science junior on here. I don't know that we need any other experiment because I don't think we're going anywhere new, but we may as well throw these guys on. And do I build into the coupler? Kind of just want to go excess parachutes on this to land a little softer. So the one we have to test, I think, is the Mark 16, but I'm thinking about just throwing on a couple of side chutes here, just because we're going to be a little heavier, and I think this is going to be enough that I could justify not even putting a separator. Right? And just do one of these launches, although we do have to separate the engines into a new one stage. There we go. Thrust to weight is pretty big, so we're going to go and put a thrust limiter on this for some controllability. This is going to go pretty high up. We could cut the engines early. We have to go high enough. I guess we don't have to go that high for this parachute thing. So we might end up cutting the engines very early. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to separate these parachutes into different deployment stages. And I might manually trigger some of these just to tune our speed if need be. Okay. So let's launch. How much reason to use the Steam screenshots when you use the screen supersize setting? The config take really nice high res. Oh, really? Wow. Oh, another text message. I'm wondering if I should go and check the door. Courier has arrived. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to get my sushi. I got my food. Yeah, baby. You know, the sushi is always really exciting, but given my voice and throat issues recently, I'm most excited for the fact that this comes with a miso soup, which I think will be very comforting right now. Ooh. They have a new pretty box for the sushi. That's nice. Yeah, give me that soup, baby. That's what I want right now. Okay. So we're trying to do this one. I could do this material study on the ground, but we may as well just do a one in the sky a little bit. Full pin SAS on. Launch. Slight turn early, because we're not going very high. There we go. We are in the correct location right now. Let me do my material study. And I'm going to deploy. Oh, shit, no, the speed. Oh, no, I dropped too low. Oh, frack. All right, well, whatever. Let's deploy all the chutes. And we'll do this one again. Yeah, cool having sushi family. Yeah, I was, it was from... Okay, it was Parduk. Every now and again, I'm like, hold on, I'm gonna get the names confused and really insult someone. Parduk sent me some sushi. So I'm just opening up this miso soup. Chair wouldn't have made such an error. It's like time I had the safety light. Thing is, our classic safety light isn't in here. The classic safety light that we used to run came from, I think the USI Exploration Pack mod. Which we're not currently running. But we should add some actual, just like regular lights on here anyway. All right, well, we still got some science. Let's recover and try that again. Boom, boom, boom. That was Gloomies. So we'll do the same flight with this ship, but with Montera this time. Yeah, chat's got the safety lights for me. Yes, that's great. Stir, 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 stir. And I may as well go ahead and grab, oops, the material study from the ground right now. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Full speed, SAS. And, oh, you have enough experience to try to hold prograde, which is nice. Not that we need it right now. Okay, 2,000. Speed's good. Everything's checked. Deploy. There was no right click to test, though. I'm not sure it's... How do I, Maybe I need to stage it. Okay, that's a great point. Let's revert. Maybe it has to be triggered through the stage instead of a right click. That's a good point. Okay, so hang on, I'm just gonna rerun this. SAS on, full speed, let's go. Oh, the contract says through regular staging. Oh, in the flavor text. Okay, it doesn't say it here, but okay. Too fast here, but that's okay. I'll kill it now. There you go. Good. Stage. There it is. Okay. And then I'll stage the rest for the safe descent. Turn off the SAS and just physics warp down to the ground. Okay. Says if you expand the note. Oh, can you expand from here? Oh, the note part. Okay. Cool. Oh, that's nice. So miso has like 2 ingredients, and one of the ingredients is water. And yet, it is one of the most glorious soups. It just feels so comforting, so cozy, so hygge. I know that looked really fast, but again, we're going at ×4 speed there. Okay, let's recover this mission. Finally. Mission. I do like these tourist things. So these are people who just want a suborbital flight. Birch, Smoked Goat Cheese, Kerminu, and Mike the Giant, which sounds great. Should I accept this before it goes away? It's just money. I don't know. I might hold off. So we have to do a moon flyby now. Now, that is easier if we upgrade a few of our stations, but we don't really need that. Okay, I'm going to go for fuel systems, because that's going to greatly improve our Delta V. And then with 18, there's nothing else I can unlock, but that's going to be fine. All right. Do have anything ramen? Yeah. It's hard to find good, proper ramen over here. All right, let's start from fresh again. So command pod, and this is going to have to do a re-entry from a flight around the moon. I'm going to tell you one upgrade we're definitely going to do. Yeah, the rep I think is useful for giving us more advanced missions. So there we go. If I upgrade this, and we have tons of money, we can now perform proper EVAs, which we would like. We don't need to upgrade this. We may need to upgrade the launch pad and or the vehicle assembly building to get enough capacity. We could be upgrading our tracking stations to watch the patch conics, and upgrade this as well with that for flight planning. We shouldn't have to do either for our moon trip. And I think it's a pride thing. I really like to just eyeball the first moon flyby because it's not that hard to do, and I like to kind of make that case. We shouldn't need drogue shoots for the return here. We could overshoot, or like overkill on safety by doing it. I mean, that's not very Kerbal, but we could go and do something like that. In which case the drogues should definitely be in their own group. And I don't think for the moon return, depending on our re-entry sort of angle, I don't think we need the heat shield, but let's throw the heat shield. Now, I'm wondering if maybe we use the experiment storage unit, because we can automate some connections. Like if I do this, that might be okay, because then we don't have to bring any of the experiments home. On the other hand, some of the experiments are quite valuable, and it's nice to get a recovery. So if I grab a couple of pressure things, a couple of goos, and we can sort of overlap them. That's fine. A couple of thermometers, and I mean, some of these can be completely like just reset, but this would prevent us from having to do some recovery shenanigans. So the only thing I might want this is for the Science Junior, because the problem is the Science Junior is insanely heavy. But if I do this, then I don't need that. And that's probably fine. I'm betting with the drogues, this is going to land slow enough. I think so. We'll try. Okay. So, coupler. And then for the orbital part of the flight, I don't think we need the 800 for this. I don't know, mate. Probably not. This plus that for spacey shit. Okay? And then we have our ascent stage, which is going to be two 800s with a swivel engine on the bottom. Now, thrust to weight is only 1.14, which still goes up, but will be quite slow, and therefore will lose a lot of its fuel to just gravity push. Now we can counter that with just some SRBs, which actually, it's possible. Again, these altitude calculations are tricky. I think we will want a little bit more delta V, just to make sure we can safely get there. I don't think we need 6K to just fly by the moon. I think you need about 6K if you're gonna do like a landing or an orbit entry, which we're not actually doing here. But there's no such thing as too much overkill, right? So my theory is I'm just going to go and stick on a couple of radial couplers. Now, it's important to note, this is something for people who are new to Kerbal. You might think, okay, if I need more push, what I can do is just kind of copy this whole thing and do this. The problem is with this, and this will add a tiny bit more push, but barely. The problem with this is, let's say you have one spaceship that has enough push to get you to, I don't know, 10 kilometers. And then you have built a second copy of that exact same spaceship and put them side by side, and you launch them both. They're both going to get to 10 kilometers. If you take those two spaceships and glue them together into one spaceship, you're still only going to get to 10 kilometers because it's exactly the same thing if they're glued side by side. So doing this really doesn't give you much delta V. And that's a very common beginner mistake. And that's the best way to think about it, is you're basically just taking two spaceships, gluing them side by side. You're doubling the thrust, but doubling the weight, so they'll go exactly the same distance as before. But you can get substantially more out of it if you use some staging. So, if we went and did that, and then attached you to it, hopefully in a way that looks okay. Now already we've got something wildly different. If we start the two outer engines first, run them until they're done, and then drop them off and start this engine, then it's very different. Now, this is having to push a lot of weight. These two won't get that high up, but they'll get us a little bit high up, and with some movement already. So then when our primary stage kicks in, we're actually going to go much, much, much further than we would have. And if by not doing this decoupler thing, like, we gain basically nothing. By doing this decoupler thing, we gain tons. And we can go even further than that. Now already, yeah, see, already we've got over 6K delta V. Massive amounts of overkill. In fact, I could go and trim down these engines. Now we can go even crazier than this if we use our external fuel ducts. And do this, and in fact launch all 3 engines simultaneously. So in this case, what would happen? All 3 of these engines would burn simultaneously, giving us good thrust, but all the fuel from the outer tanks is being drained into the inner tank. And that means at some point these outer tanks are going to be drained. We're going to drop them off, but the center tank is still going to be full. So this is even better than the other demo I was giving. No Krium, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you. Pentakill says, by that logic, would it be better to dump the left engine and then start the right engine? I'm not entirely sure what you're saying, but I'm almost wondering if it's sort of vaguely in this neighborhood. Anyway, this is going to give us, like, ludicrous amounts more Delta V than we need for this mission. This is enough Delta V to, like, land on the moon and come back and do all this, most likely. Do we have struts? Are struts something you unlock later? I mean, we've got the auto strut ability, because we definitely don't want to launch this as is. Yeah, because struts would be under structural, right? And I guess we don't have it. But, do I not have the auto strut option on? That's something you have to set up in settings, don't you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the center stage, it's not doubling the weight because there's this extra payload on top. But to be frank, the majority of the weight is in the fuel over here. We can almost ignore this. It's obviously incorrect to completely ignore it. This is going to be super wibbly wobbly. Where do we get struts? Save. Exit. Is it an early one that I have enough science for? How do we strut our stuff? Should definitely launch like this for science. Is it here? Shite. I don't have 45 science. Did I get myself wheels? I don't think so, right? Because that's... So I can't make a little rover for a little bit of bonus science. Over here for basic wheels. I don't know where you get your, like the rover wheels that can spin. I'm pretty sure I don't have them, right? I clicked on the wrong... Oh, no, I didn't click on the wrong thing. Yeah, I only have the landing struts. You can't stack multiple decouplers. Like, they won't actually link. That's not how they work. Okay, we need like 30 more science. Make a plane easy science. A plane's such a good way to kill our Kerbals. And we don't have proper landing gears yet. You have yourself some points for the orbit mission we missed? I mean, that's conceivable, because it would have rewarded us with a little bit of science. But not much. I mean, I could roll to these other things with our little Maki roll thing, but it wouldn't be very efficient. Oh, I can get a little bit of science over here. Hold on. If I go to the spaceplane hangar, and we build ourselves a new little Maki thing, but now what we can do is we can throw in a couple of science juniors in here. Do this the way I normally like. In fact, I might go with a third. A little further up so they don't really bump against the ground and slow us down. And then same thing with the press mat barometers. And a couple of 2 hot thermometers. And then another pair there. Okay. And launch. Oh, I could even launch from the other place too, right? Yeah, so we can do a material study over here. Keep that. Great. And then what I'd like to do is go over there, which is a little awkward. I might not be able to do... it's too long. I can't rotate myself. Like, I can't yaw over there. But we can roll off here and at least get the material study. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I may have been slightly impatient. You know what I should do is I should go to the ×4 physics, because that way it'll feel faster to me, but it'll actually be me going very slowly. Easy. Gentle. Gentle. Gentler. They see me rolling. I think what we'll do is we'll probably, because we're not going to get enough science doing this. I'll do it. I just won't make my side boosters as long, so I won't have to worry about the struts. They'll be stable enough with just the one decoupler. Maybe I should have rolled the other way. This might all be counting as base sensor here. Yeah, maybe I should have rolled off the other way. Because I'm not sure when we get a biome change. It definitely changes, like, here on the other side. All right. That's fine. We'll just stop. Oh, the X-Science tells us what biome we're... Yeah, maybe I should just be using the X-Science. I don't know. Okay. Let's come back in here. Oh, load my... this one. So what we're going to do is rip that off, rip this off, do this. And there you go. Those are sort of mid-pointed. Maybe I'll scooch this up a tiny bit higher. It's hard to get these on centered. I still want it a little higher up. Okay, they're definitely attached. Good. Then we take this and bring it down. And so the delta V, again, we don't know exactly. I think this is already enough for a moonshot. And our launch thrust weight is very aggressive. We could go and throw in a couple of side tanks to do a little bit more. This is probably enough. Those go, and then these two go together, and then at some point we drop off everything else and do this. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? What could go wrong? Right? I'm sure this is okay. All right, who is the game putting in here? Gloomy Moron is going to be taking this moon flight. Gloomy Moron doesn't have a level of XP yet because they haven't actually gone to space, so they're not going to be able to lock to prograde, which is actually annoying. We're going to have to get you a proper XP there, Gloomy, but I'm going to have to throw Montera in on this one because for massive amounts of convenience, I want to be able to lock on prograde. Although, if we had I guess if we got a satellite core, we could do that. Most classic shape of rocket, phallic. I mean, the nature of things is going to lead it to be like that all the time.
Hey, Quill, pay attention. There's a new subscriber.
Do the details of contract include returning home? I don't know. It's a good question. Return to Kerbin from a flyby of the moon. Yeah. It'll be fine. Yeah, let's go. So we get any errors? Yeah, there we go. Launch pad needs to be bigger. Unable to launch. So we're going to leave here. We've saved some money, so we're going to upgrade our launch pad. There we go. And we'll just reset to the what could go wrong with Montera in here. Now, like they can have custom mission flags. We'll probably just keep using our own face. Now showing the end of Austin Powers 2. Sir, it looks like a giant... Johnson, what's on the radar? It is a stupid, stupid series of jokes, and yet it does make me it makes me laugh a lot. Because I'm, you know, still 8 years old. Looks good. Staging seems okay. Brewer, thanks for the gift subs. Anyone who gets a gift sub today, remember you can join our Discord, where we usually have conversations about what to play. Today I just said, I feel like playing Kerbal, so that's what I'm doing. Let's go! The face logo needed an update for like 10 years. Pfft. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, Up we go. 100K. Start the gravity turn. Oh, I never even put any wings. Ooh, that might actually be a bit of a problem when we stage. I didn't realize I don't have winglets. And right now we have more than enough like gimbling to cover us. But this might be the tricky part. Ooh, yeah, hang on. This might be the end of Montera. No, we're okay. We're okay. Good. Okay. The atmosphere's thinning out enough that our max Q... Ooh, I'm fighting the max Q here. I think I'm using that term correctly. I think the max Q is like the maximum you can sort of turn with the wind blowing that doesn't cause you to go like out of control. Looking fine, looking fine, looking fine. A bit slower on the gravity turn than I sometimes go, although a steeper ascent is a safer ascent. Flatter tends to be more efficient, assuming you don't eat too much air resistance along the way. Yeah, I'm not going to EVA. I'm going to save my material for around the moon for maximum value. I could have brought 2 material things, but we'll have to do that next time. Okay. The atmosphere is thinned out enough that I feel I can go fairly aggressively horizontally here and not run into issues. Apoapsis is already climbing, climbing, climbing. I really don't want to push up the Apoapsis more than I have to, so I'd like to start circularizing now. The atmosphere is thin enough. I don't think we're losing too much over here. This is going to be A-okay. There we go. So we're trying to make this flat so we get a nice, efficient ascent. Okay. 70K is coming up on our Apoapsis, so we are going to space today. And really, the minimum is just both of these numbers slightly over 70 is all you need. Anything more than that, you're just giving yourself a little bit of extra padding. Now, if my Apoapsis happened to be in the perfect direction for our moon push, then I wouldn't be opposed to cranking up more. All right, I'm going to stop the burn here. Yeah, no safety lights. I know. We just don't have them. I'll just lock the prograde. Oh, thank you so much for the soup. And also the sushi, which I'll get to in a second. This is actually almost perfect, because really, this was just to get us out of the atmosphere. This is the more efficient space engine, but it's great to have some extras. I could EVA now. The atmosphere is thin enough. I could get an upper atmosphere EVA, but... Okay. So we are some way away from the Apoapsis. So if I started a prograde burn now to circularize, I think we'd mostly be pushing up the Apoapsis than anything else. So I did a quick save. I always like to quick save before I time warp, because if my finger slips and I miss the place I want to go to, that is pretty tragic. All right, I think this is still too early, but that's okay. Just make sure to lock ourselves prograde again. This is why I brought Montera, so that we could do that automatically. And if I go and just throttle up, Apoapsis is climbing pretty quickly. So that tells me we're too far away from our Apoapsis point. Now, how far away is too far away depends completely on how much more you need to circularize versus your thrust. There we go. Apoapsis is barely climbing at all. So Periapsis is climbing very quickly. Stage. And done. Okay. Not the most circular thing ever, but pretty good. And we still have basically a full fuel tank on here. All right. Ah, it's wonderful. It's marvelous. Smank you. Used to love playing this with more realistic tree mod where you start off with unmanned. Yes, the unmanned before manned tech tree is one of my favorites because it's kind of realistic. All right, now just shoot from the moon. So, if we had upgraded our space center, what we'd be looking to do is we'd be looking to right-click and plan some maneuvers and do shit like that for the moon. We don't need to do any of that. There is the moon. That's where we're going. Now, technically, it actually, if we're going for a landing, it actually takes less total delta V to do min-miss because it has no gravity, so it's really easy to land and take off from. It's a little harder to hit because it is on an incline. It's also a little harder to spot. But the nice thing about the moon is all we need to do to get there is we need to start a prograde burn at about 4 o'clock. If you put the moon at 12 o'clock and you start a prograde burn at about 4 o'clock, it's going to expand our orbit out this way. And that just happens to be the right timing for you to meet the moon over here. So we don't even need to get our orbital marker all the way over here because we're going to be caught by the moon's gravity first. So that's going to be the plan. I'm going to be doing a time warp here, so I'm just going to quick save before I do in case I finger slip and go too far. Times 50 time warp is a little scary. I will be doing, actually, let me do the EVA and stuff now. So I still want to get a material study because I'll get more from the moon. Just stabilize, please. We'll do the crew report. Okay, we are not too wobbly. That's good. Let's do the EVA. Because first, I want the actual EVA report. But then I also want to go and yoink the data out of this so that I can do another crew report somewhere else. Okay, SAS prograde. Another quick save. Another time warp. And yeah, I'm just waiting to right around here. Oh, right, we get EVA reports over all sorts of different biomes, don't we? Oh, I forgot about that. EVA, reboard. And I can set an option with this to like stop time warps when we're in the right place, but I don't know if I'll worry about that. Oh, apparently there's another biome here. So EVA, collect, board. All right, quick save. It's 10. We're nearly there. Now, might still be like, well, where exactly do you do the burn? And again, and this is just a coincidence based on distances and everything just kind of working out that way. If we just wait for the moon to rise and then we do our burn, that's the perfect time. It just happens to work out that way. So there's the moon, there's us, there's a little bit of Kerbin in the way. I'm going to just time warp slightly and turn my camera a little bit until we can see the moon. There it is. So when you see the moon, prograde, burn, and then all we're waiting for is for the great line of our orbit to go over here. Now, if we had upgraded our tracking station and things like that, we get all these predictions and package conics, and we could do maneuver nodes, and we wouldn't have to do this manually. There's another EVA report, but I'm going to ignore that. I always love doing my first moonshot. And we could even, if we had more Delta V and, you know, landing gear and stuff like that, we could even do a moon landing at this point. But in practice, we'd want a little bit more gear to do that. But yeah, you don't need anything fancy. Okay, we're at about halfway fuel. The return trip is going to be cheap, though. Now, I'm just trying to think, what side of the moon do I actually want to engage on? Really, what I kind of want to do, I almost want to come out in front of it and then loop around behind, I think, for the slowdown, but that might be hard. If we do this, we're definitely going to get into the moon's sphere of influence. Suppose I could do a little bit more of a burn, because we might be able to hit sort of a low moon orbit there, and I use barely any Delta V to do that. Okay, is KSP1 the better KSP2? I mean, yes. Okay, so unless I've messed things up, we're going to visit the moon now. So we're going to time warp, and oh, geez, getting another EVA report. I can't remember how do we. There it is. Okay, I think there's like global warp by experiment. I guess globally on would stop whenever a new one would show up. I don't know if I want. Sometimes that can be annoying. And sometimes even the auto warp doesn't catch these little windows because you're just barely over a new biome. And the biomes only apply when you're in low orbit anyway. There we go. We just entered high orbit. So now we get a whole other suite of experiments. I can do a mystery goo because I brought 2. Although ideally we should be able to get 2 mystery goos, high and low moon. But I could always do that next time too. We're going to have to get this one regardless. So let's do that. I'm still going to save my material study. Report. EVA report. Get the EVA report, and then while I'm here, I'm going to take this data. Can I reach this one? No. And then, oh, the pressure ones are just hiding. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to click them. Okay, that's fine. EVA science experiment. That's something I need a scientist for? Yeah, it's not letting me do it, so I don't think so. Take board. I'll just turn on the SAS just because it looks a little goofy to be spinning like this. Okay. 50 times 100. 1,000. It should automatically drop me to a times 50 when we enter the moon's sphere of influence. Which looks like we're going to miss it. And I'm having my doubts. I'm like, no, I've done this enough times. This is going to work, right? The moon's just going to catch us, right? Right? I didn't F this up, right? No, there it is. Here comes the moon. All right. Stop the time warp completely. Are we going to smack into the moon? So currently we're going to smack into the moon. That's my problem for going a little bit too close over here. We're going to fix that in just a second. Actually, maybe I should worry about fixing it now. So what we want to do here is we want to push our orbit out to the right. So first of all, let me just go prograde for a second so I can kind of orientate myself. But what we want is we want this one here. I think this is the radial burn. So this represents going away from the planet, which should be a right burn in this case. There it is. I mean, I could also do a little bit of a prograde burn, but at this distance, there's not much of a difference. There we go. Parallax is 20K. Okay, good. We won't actually smack into any moon or mountains. However, we are going to be launched into a really high orbit here. We might do a little bit of a retrograde burn at the periapsis to just bring this in a slightly different angle. We could have avoided this with safety lights. You're right. All right, let's do our experiments here. I think the most valuable material study is in low lunar orbit, but we might be busy with some maneuvers, so I'm going to go ahead and do all of this now. So I'm going to do with all the things except the EVA for a moment. Collect everything. Some of it could have even been transmitted. Now I want to EVA. EVA report. Collect that. Take data. Take data. And reboard. I could take the data from these things, but we're going to be landing with them. So we don't need to do that. Although, you know what? Hold on. Change of plans. First, back to EVA. In case this thing gets smashed on landing, let's collect data. You get the warning, oh, it won't, it won't be reset. That's fine. We don't need to reset them. And heck, we can take these as well in case they burn up on re-entry, because that would be annoying. I can't use them again still, because I don't have a scientist to reset them, but I can still take the data. Okay. Save. Let's do the time warp. To about the periapsis. Okay, we are in low lunar orbit now. Yeah, maybe we do want to use the other one, because it's definitely not giving us the full... Because it should be prompting us about an EVA here. This one is... Okay, this doesn't automate the... eject myself for the EVA. But it does have the button for it. Alright, well, reboard. And yeah, I can't do these, so those will have to be gone. Maybe I want to leave this up. Okay, so... Oh, do I have... Yeah, it's not updating. I'm wondering if there's a new biome? but we have to do our burn here. So I'm just going to go... I am closing this off, but maybe not in the way that I want. I might want to do an anti-radial burn here. I mean, really what I want to do is leave the moon's orbit going backwards. Here, we're not being flung out as aggressively as we were a second ago. Now, that's normal. So if we do this, it's going to tilt like that. Which is less high, but not necessarily any better. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just fix it after this. We don't have any life support or anything to worry about. Like what I could do is a full burn here to close our orbit. And then what I could do is do a prograde burn at the right place to exit the moon. What I'd want to do is exit the moon this way, like on the bottom of the moon heading to the right. That would represent a big slowdown burn relative to the Earth. So what I kind of need to do is burn retrograde, get into an orbit where I can come over here, and then burn prograde to leave. I think we can just do the Kerbin orbit and then fix it. I tilted it towards the speed up direction. I did. It wasn't as high, but you know what? Let's just fix it afterwards. It'll be a lot easier. And I will often call Kerbin Earth. It'll be easier to do it otherwise. If we didn't have, if we had life support stuff, we might be worried about how much time we spend in orbit, but I don't give a toss in this case, right? So let's go big time warp to leave. Yes, this is definitely glitched. That sound effects makes me think I can EVA report from the Midlands. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be real high up. That's fine. There you go. So if we're concerned about the fuel, and honestly, I don't think we need to be, what we want to do is we want to do the retrograde burn up over here. I think we've got tons of fuel. I could basically start my retrograde burn anywhere. And in the interest of speeding things up, I think I'm going to try to do that. I did do a quick save in case I'm wrong. But yeah, no, we have a ridiculous amount. So what we're looking to do now, we're relative to Kerbin. We're trying to bring our periapsis here. Hopefully we don't have a lunar encounter, and because we don't have patch conics, we're actually not going to get a preview of that. I think the moon's going to go and pass us over here. What I'm going to do is wait a scooch. I can't set an alarm for here because we don't have the maneuver planning. Yeah, the moon's definitely going to pass us. And this will be the more fuel efficient spot to do the burn anyway. And stop. Did you guys see the new mod that adds all the stuff in KSP2? Yeah, so there's, what is it? Promised Worlds is one thing for the exoplanetary system. And there's a new colonization mod as well. There always were some. Okay, I'm just bringing down the periapsis some more. Around there. That should be fine. Okay. Save. Speed. We're going so slow here. There we go. Now we're going to speed up as we get pulled towards the Kerbin. Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. So we're quite confident with our configuration here. We might be able to... There was a little blip, blip, blip. I don't know if this is an actual... Okay, yeah. That was a double. That's fine. There's nothing else I have to do. We're going on re-entry. Yeah, I think we can just drop this bottom stage. Seems okay to me. All right. Turn this on. I tend to dump it in some way that we're not in a straight line. Let's go. Now, we are going pretty speedy. I could have burned off a little bit more speed with the rest of this fuel. I think it's okay. So anyway, I'm going to turn to surface mode on the nav ball here. And I'm going to put retrograde so our butt is facing into the wind, or will be once we enter the atmosphere. But that is what we're looking to do. So let's go to times 50 here. Re-enter. Okay, stop. We're in the atmosphere. There shouldn't be... Quick save. There shouldn't be enough air pressure to knock us off. This is insane. EVA report. Grab. I mean... Reload? What? I think our Kerbal exploded. Which surprised me. I didn't think the heat would be enough now, but I guess I should have done it immediately at 70. I wasn't fast enough. Yeah. Yeah. Poor old Montera did actually explode there. I'm fine with that revert. Ooh. Or hold on. Is it the... It might be the science pod that's overheating. Why? Because the doors are open? I didn't think it was physics enabled. Okay, we're going to do our defensive spin move here. Whee! I mean, Montera's going to have passed out, right? How is this overheating? The doors should not... How? Why is heat being a problem? I don't think it was Montera. I think it was our science module that exploded. The doors are not physics enabled. It's just a visual thing. I think it's going to explode again. Well, I guess I should have burned off more speed during our re-entry. Oh well, we're going to redo this. Eat through the shield? I wonder, is there a possibility that the shield wasn't exactly... How come we're not getting the end flight pop up? Oh, there it is. It happened as I was hitting escape to bring this up, and now I can't get it back. I guess I can just go to the Space Center. Was the heat shield incorrectly placed? Was it weirdly clipping through something? Because that can happen and be hard to notice. It looks fine to me. The heat shield got hot and transferred. I mean, that's definitely not the way it's supposed to go. Why did that happen? I mean, I could have bled more speed off. I could have come in more shallow. I could have also bled more speed in orbit. But I was like, we've done this 1,000 times. This is perfectly okay. Yeah, I should have... I was like, we have fuel left, but it's fine. We don't have to worry about it. I should have worried about it. Unfortunately, my autosave I did inside the atmosphere because I was doing it for the EVA. Damn. We really gonna have to redo this. Well, Gloomy Moron still doesn't have a pip of XP. I don't think it's something I can change retroactively. There is an option when you set up a game to have your pilot, your Kerbals level up immediately when you get the XP instead of having to return. But I don't have that in there, and I don't think we can change it mid-run. I don't think we need the winglets, but we may as well throw them on. We don't need actual steerable winglets. We just need some basic fins. And that will give us a little bit more stability. In that middle phase. Make sure the pressure sensors... Oh, yeah. What I'll do... Oh, I really can't click them. Maybe what I'll do is... how do I change this to... Maybe I'll mount them there, which won't put us at... Shift R? Yeah, there it is. Shift R. It's slightly offset our center of mass, but not really. But yeah, why did this? And yeah, unfortunately, I mean, we don't have lights at all. Maybe I want to move you to here. For some resetting too. That's highly disappointing. Damn. Well, at this point, we know what could go wrong. Damn it. Well, tell you what, to save time, since we proved that like, most of our little shenanigans are good to eyeball things, let's go ahead and upgrade the tracking station and mission control. So that way, we've got patch connects and maneuver nodes available. We'll do this. Obviously, it's going to be Gloomy Roaron for this one. Although, without being able to lock prograde, we can just do it with regular SES. It's fine. Yeah, we lost to Kerbal. Oh, too many parts. How did I add... I added one extra part? Oh, the fins! Tell you what, we'll just go with a trio. It's not over 30 parts. It was saying 31, now it should be 30. Oh, unless this, does this all count as one part? You know what? We don't need them. Fine. It's fine. So yeah, no prograde lock, but that's okay. Staging is okay. We could EVA, but we're not gonna. There's 100. Inside prograde, but not too much. Watch me lose control this time after we do the staging. Because it was a little tricksy last time. Ooh, look, cloud layer, that's nice. And here comes the staging. Okay, good. A little bit of fighting it, but we're okay. Pretty much bang on the flight profile I like to take. Looking very good. Very good. Okay. Switch over here. Apoapsis is at 35. I think we might be a little flatter than last time, which might mean a little bit more fuel to space, but maybe a little bit less to circularize. Not that we used much to circularize last time. I mean, when we're in prograde orientation, which we basically are now, that's our most efficient like model for reducing drag. Just switch to the orbital nav ball. It's always a good sign that we're high enough that we're really not having to deal with atmospheric pressure too much. So I'm going to go fully horizontal here to slow down how quickly our apoapsis is rising and try to give us a little bit of periapsis flattening. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, apoapsis is 70, so we're going to space today. All right, let's cruise to about 80K here. See, look, now we have an apoapsis marker and everything. Hooray! We can plan maneuvers. Huzzah! Although we can't have... Gloomy Moron doesn't know how to lock to a maneuver node, but that's okay. We love him anyway. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think our re-entry I was at something like 70K periapsis. I think I usually go for 20 or 25. The Mooner one I'm really not concerned about. I'm still not convinced that there wasn't something weird going on with the heat shield. That, like, the stuff behind it was being affected by heat in a way I really didn't expect. Mm-hmm. Gloomy Moron wasn't told what happened on the previous flight. Yeah. He's still out there. You're going to go and just meet up with him. That's all. I think we actually have more fuel left than last time on this stage. Okay. I'm going to crew report now. I'm going to EVA report now because we might be getting other biome stuff. EVA report. Take board. Get that ready to go. And yeah, so now, basically at the apoapsis, we're going to add a maneuver node, which is going to be to burn prograde until the apoapsis and periapsis markers start to invert. And that's sort of the perfect balance over there for a circular one. So in SAS mode, we're going to lock ourselves to the marker. Face the marker. Now the burn time here isn't going to be accurate because our thrust to weight is going to change dramatically here as we do the staging. Actually, we have 426 delta V left in the stage, and it's going to take 411 to do the circularization. So the circularization will be entirely within this. Okay, that's crazy. All right, so our burn time is going to be 14 seconds. So 7 seconds before we reach the node, we want to start the burn. That looks centered up. Node in 10 seconds, so we want to burn in 3 and go. Okay, I'm just going to prograde this here. There you go. Okay. 8480, more circular than last time. Still a tiny bit of fuel in this node, which is crazy. You know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and burn it out. There we go. And we're going to stage now regardless. I'm going to do an EVA report now is what I'm going to do. So our EVA report button is working again, so that's nice. Okay, so stage. Next engine is lit. We just don't have any thrust. Test it. Yep, there it is. Looking good. Okay, so now we'll clear this maneuver. And now we're going to do the same thing. We set this at 12 o'clock. Oh, I missed the EVA there. It's okay. Set at 12 o'clock, and then at around 4 o'clock, we add the maneuver node. And now we're going to get actual previews. So that's us intersecting the moon's orbit. And yeah, this is fine. We'll do it long range. So we'll come in here, we'll loop around the moon from the front and then send it backwards. So I overshot it last time. I should have done minimal, but we didn't know like how much the minimum was. I'll probably do a retrograde burn here to adjust to still do a low pass of the moon. So yeah, I could add a little bit more there. Maybe I'll add a little bit more and that's going to be fine. I could also adjust this timing because there's probably a slightly sweeter spot. Now this can be a little awkward to do, I find, on this interface, so I'm not going to. Sometimes I get a mod that lets me fine tune this, so I get a UI panel where I can just tweak the numbers up and down rather than just trying to work with these sliders. But yeah, this should be okay. So with SAS on, I'll just point to the maneuver node. This is just going to be a prograde burn at a particular place, but this guarantees that we're going to be facing more or less the right direction. We'll do this, and then I think that's to warp to the apoapsis. This should be warped to the maneuver spot, I think. Is there a button here to warp to? I don't know. Let's do it this way. I never trust this. Quick save. Oh, it sets an alarm for it. There's not just a... Oh, there you go. That's how I usually do it. I think I usually click on the blue line. I guess I could still be like, oh, let's try to get these EVA reports. And board. And, oh, different biome. And board. Good. Okay. All right, we're coming up on the maneuver. It's going to be a 55-second burn, so we're going to want to start it just under 30 seconds, ideally. There's the maneuver node. And again, I could just go, it's basically a prograde burn, but this is going to average out a prograde. That looks fairly aligned. Okay, good. Ooh, what? No, close that. Quick save, right before I do another teeny tiny little time warp. Bring this to under 30 seconds. 5. Alignment seems okay. Let's go. So we're actually not seeing the moonrise quite yet here. Should see it any second. probably should have started the maneuver a little later to do the moonrise timing. But I mean, the thing is with the maneuver planning, we're going to be okay there. Let's just re-rotate ourselves to our plan. There's the moon. And really, it's less about following the maneuver at this point. We can mostly just base this on our own blue line. The maneuver is just sort of roughly planning when to start. And stop there. Kill the maneuver off. There's our lunar flyby. So really the next plan, if I click on the moon and then... Oh, hold on. EVA, board. Thank you. If I click on the moon and set a focus, then the idea is right at this marker, I'm going to add a maneuver. Because what I'd like to do... Yeah, we got lots of delta V left. Nice, yeah. Is burn it down to here. So we do our low lunar flyby. And then what's going to be nice about this timing is probably at this lunar periapsis, we're going to do a prograde burn to break our lunar orbit in exactly the right way to get the nicest descent back to Kerbin. So, time warp and just wait to see if we get any other biomes. Can't remember what the high Kerbin orbit is. Is it around 170? Because then we don't get to do the biome thing, but we will get another tick of science. It'll be quite obvious when we break that. Because this will light up again. Doing orbit without having the orbit contract. I guess that's true. We'd be losing out the lunar orbit contract. Well, hold on. I think as soon as we... I don't know if we need to complete the... I was wondering if when we were in lunar sphere of influence, if we might get the lunar contract then. But I'm not sure. EVA report, do that. Take this data. Take that data. Take that data. Reboard. I don't want to do two separate flights. Yeah, that's a good question. Mm-hmm. Flyby and return. So it won't exist until we do the flyby. Yeah, that's annoying. I'm still going to check. Yeah, I don't know how well they chain. If I actually have to complete it or if just entering the sphere of influence for the first time works. Is it backspace to change focus back to me? No, there's a key for it. Tilde? Tilde. There it is. All right. I think some of my markers for fast forward that I'm used to seeing, I think might be part of MechJeb. Yeah, you still get the World Force rewards without the contract. I don't know if we get all of it. Like, we get these World Force milestones, but I don't know if we get the same value as if we had the contract. Maybe we just won't worry about it. Microphone looks like a crazy satellite. That's funny. KSP just dead now. No mods fixing him. Kinda. It's definitely not being actively developed. Okay, wait. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to kill all the time warp. I'm going to quick save. I'm going to return to our space center. We're just going to see if any of the missions have changed or refresh. Observational study of the moon is not helpful. No. Okay. Well, so be it. Only get the milestones, not the contract worth. I mean, the important thing is getting the science. But frankly, if we're getting to the moon, our science is going to accumulate anyway. It's going to be fine. We'll just accept it. I thought I already did these experiments, but no, I suppose not. Unless I just don't bother with the low lunar science at all. You know what? Let's just not bother with the low lunar science at all. We're going to do the super high orbit thing. It's barely going to slingshot us. And keeping us in basically the same orbit because we're so high up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to do the flyby as is. And then we'll get the proper contract for the next one. So, if we just do this, let ourselves escape. Yeah, if anyone's asking about the best way to install mods and things, and I think someone is, where's the best place to get KSP mods from? Yeah, what you want to do is install a piece of software called CKAN. CKAN. You just drop it in the same folder as your Kerbin install, and you want to use that. It's by far the best way of doing it. It handles all your dependencies and stuff. Like, you don't want to use like CurseForge or anything like that. Like, you can find some mods there. You can manually download and install them. CKAN is 100% the way to do it. That's what I use. That's all I've used for like a decade. There you go. So now we're on the return. And now what we'll do is we'll go back to maneuver mode over here. SAS. Huh? Oh, right. I was typing. No. Why can't I can't toggle SAS. Hang on, we got no inputs. Oh, was I still time warping? I thought I'd killed the time warp. But I guess I'd only mostly killed it. Okay. There you go. Now I can SA. All right. Oof. So, I mean, I know we're not at the apoapsis yet. It's pretty close enough that it doesn't really matter, but I guess we'll time warp to it. That's happened to me before, where I'm like, oh my god, the game's broken, it's not taking any inputs. So I'd actually, like, thought I'd already hit my stop all time warp key, but apparently I had not. Yeah, Tilde does make me think about Tiny Bookshop. I almost played some more Tiny Bookshop today. Like, part of me is like, man, people are going to get sick of me playing this one game so much, right? Except, maybe you're not. That's retrograde, right? Yeah, that's prograde. That's retrograde. Pretty sure. So, I mean, I guess I could plan a maneuver, but burn to bring down our periapsis. Let's go like this. And this time around, what we're going to do is we're going to burn off more of our speed. As we get closer over here, we're going to do a combination retrograde, radial, or anti-radial. I can't remember if radial is towards the planet or away from the planet, but retrograde plus away from the planet to keep the periapsis basically where it is while bleeding off a little bit of our orbital speed ahead of time. BG3 happened, we're still here, yeah. Yeah, I kind of expect that like Monday, Wednesday might be some more tiny books. It might be. Okay, so let's go find our retrograde. So that is our, yeah, that's our out one. So we're gonna keep a balance somewhere in here. So if I burn purely retrograde, it's gonna do the best job at lowering the apoapsis, which is killing our orbital speed, which is what we're looking for right now. But it's also gonna drop our periapsis, which I don't want the periapsis to get too low. So now it's getting a little lower. But if I go to this, what it's gonna do is rotating our orbit basically around where we are, which is gonna move the periapsis upwards. So if we aim for somewhere in between, and the correct in-between spot depends on exactly where we are in our orbit, we should be able to lock the periapsis basically where it is. If the periapsis is going up, we move towards retrograde. If it's going down too much, we move towards the radial or anti-radial. And we can sort of keep it somewhere in the 20s is where I'm looking for. And we're just bleeding off tons of orbital speed, making our return more gentle. Plus, we're aiming for a higher periapsis than last time, because I think I had 17K last time. So we're going to come in a little less steep. By coming in less steep, it means because we're going sideways through the atmosphere, there's going to be effectively more air between us and the ground by going diagonal. Technically a little bit more fuel left, but it's becoming more difficult to do. There it is. All right, 30K out of fuel. That seems fine. And yeah, again, I like to be in normal, anti-normal, or radial anti-normal to do the dumping of my stuff, just to make sure it's not directly in front or behind me and might lead to a weird collision. I'm wondering if we should close the door. Again, I don't think it matters, because I don't think they're physics enabled. Here, I'll collect the data in case it burns. Same thing with these. See, I thought I was being so safe last time. Reboard. All right, one more quick save, which, I mean, I can't adjust my orbits anymore, but so be it. Oh, I need to change my staging here to have the drogue chutes go first. SAS on. And really what we're going to want to be doing is surface retrograde, although that will shift as we get a little closer here. Bring down, 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 down. Doors matter, the drag. Maybe they are physics enabled. I didn't think they were. I thought it was purely cosmetic. Kerbal can be inconsistent. Some things that look like they are sticking out and will cause drag don't. And other things that look much like smoother or so minor that you assume they must not be rendered, or not rendered, but physics enabled, are. And it can be really hard to know which is which. Now, it would be lovely to be able to tell Gloomy Moron here to hold himself prograde, but unfortunately, he cannot. I don't, and with the science pack, it's not aerodynamically stable enough to hold the prograde reentry, the butt first reentry. So we're gonna have to have some manual maneuvering. So again, I could do the EVA. I think if I did it immediately, especially if it's really shallow, I don't think we'd get knocked off, but I'm not gonna do it right now. I want this mission to complete. And watch our parachutes not be enough in the end. Yeah, at least Gloomy will level up if he survives. I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly he's gonna survive. Everything's gonna be fine. I reject any other argument. I feel like we were having heat indicators even on our goo packs at this point last time. Although, again, our reentry was a little hotter last time. Not that much, really. I still feel like there was an unusual amount of heat there. God, these aerodynamic heat effects from one of my visual mods does look great. I think one of the goo things, a couple of them, we can still avoid some of it by doing the rotating trick. It just changes what part of the surface is being exposed to things, so it helps to rebalance stuff. I mean, no heat meter at all showing up on the science core. And our reentry isn't that different. Like, I'm used to seeing a little bit show up on these goo canisters, because they're not fully sort of occluded. But the science thing, it felt like a glitch to me, which might not be true. Completely accept that it might be user error. In fact, maybe it's 90% chance to be a user error, but it felt weirdly glitchy. We were faster last time. You're right. There's no denying that. We were a lot faster in initial reentry. The door being closed, maybe. If the doors cause drag, that is a huge news update to me. For all the hours that I have in Kerbal, I really didn't think that the open doors on these changed the physics of it. But the thing about Kerbal, like many of the games we played, even after 1,000+ hours, you're still learning stuff. So these should turn to yellow soon, the drogues. And I don't think we needed the drogues at all. I really think we're light enough that it's not going to be required to have more. Especially if we do an ocean reentry, although we might be going for the land over there. I don't know what our reentry profile is. I'm not running any of the mods that give us a more accurate like trajectory plan over here. Like, you can get some mods that like calculate in some of the atmospheric drag. Oh no, we're definitely gonna hit the ocean here. Okay. Which bodes well for us. I mean, there's still impact strength, but it is lessened. I don't know how the math works, but I think you can hit the water harder. Okay, we're at yellow. There we go. We're safe for the drogues. Then they turned yellow, but I think that's just the deployed art. And at this point, we can probably drop the SAS because this drag should keep it Well, it's wobbly. Boom! But it's working. And actually, it's saying it's safe enough for the next one, and it is. Okay. That's early, so it's going to be a long, slow descent, but you know what? Let's be safe. I'm going to quick save before I do the physics warp, although I think these days the physics warp is pretty consistent. We're not going to EVA right now, because the speed is, like, Gloomy Moron would definitely just get, like, ripped off of this canister. We might be able to do a little EVA above the ocean once we get a full deployment of the chutes. Oh, Pood! I'm running your nebula skybox. It's lovely. It's beautiful. We're still descending faster. Oh, because right, the drogues have fully extended, but our main chute hasn't. It should do it 1 kilometer above the surface. It actually, the chutes have like a built-in like altitude radar. There you go. Let the speed burn off as much as possible, then we'll do the EVA. There we go. This should be fine. EVA report. Keep. I'll take the data and reboard just in case we can do another crew report, but I don't think so, because I think we've done all the ocean crew reports. Woo! Do. One thing I do wish, like, I like MechJeb because I find the buttons way easier to hit than these little SAS things. And, like, with MechJeb as well, you don't have to, like, be changing between your different navball modes to change how some of the prograde and retrograde commands work. I wish that MechJeb, like, didn't kind of cheat in terms of, like, giving you more commands than you have access to. I mean, you unlock over time, but, like you could go with a 0-star pilot and have everything. But to be fair, you could do that with a mechanized probe as well. All right, looks like there's nothing for us to do here, so we'll recover this vessel. So then, if we want to maximize the missions, oh, look at Gloomy. Research 5, 200 or more science points, nice. Significant contract, Mach 3 ribbon, ooh, how exciting. Explore the moon, orbit, spacewalk, return. So again, it comes down to we want to do this first, and then we do want to do the moon landing. These rescue missions are fun. They're really challenging and really fun. They're good money. Parduk! Oh, Parduk gifts to the gift sub to Poodmund. Hey! Parduk's giving 931 gift subs to the channel. Wow. Wow. As a reminder, it is September right now, so there's some nice discounts for that. What would we be looking for next? I mean, we could... Oh, we need our safety lights, right? Those are important. We get lots of lights over here. Also, the flat solar panels, they're actually pretty key. If we find ourselves shorted on that, that's not great. I don't think that any of these... Control station... Yeah, I don't know... This is new, like, expansion stuff, which I haven't done too much. We do get some new rover parts. And I could rove around on the surface of the planet for some cheap and easy science. Like, I'm actually thinking we can just repeat the exact same mission, but then this time explicitly go for the lunar orbit. I don't think we've got a new experiment to unlock. We could get the EVA experiment kit. Can any astronaut do it? Because if I do this, because this is still new to me. I mean, the expansion was out ages ago, but we didn't play that much of it. If I reopen the what could go wrong, and we can add more parts to this. Is it here? No, it's here. How's Montera back? I didn't revert. I allowed the death flight to succeed. Now, with your starter Kerbals, the ones that are in the orange suits, they do respawn after a few days. But none of these should. Yeah, zombie pilot, and it respawned with no experience points. Wait, in the normal difficulty, do all the pilots always come back? I mean, we're just gonna have to fire you and, like, recycle you. The whole fun of this is that they die. Especially with the names. Yeah, I don't think we want a zombie pilot. Sorry, Montera. You had a glorious ending. We're going to dismiss you now. Yeah, see, I thought it was only these 4 that respawned. But I guess on standard, maybe they all do. I think I'm used to playing on a harder difficulty. Or I explicitly turn off the respawn thing because dying is funny. What was I going to tweak this thing? Wasn't I going to tweak something? Well, we could get some lights on. Oh, right, the equipment. So, Gloomy Moron, like, you don't need a parachute. So, train scientist. Useful for science experiments. This doesn't say you need to be a trained scientist. If I do this, do I get a new set of EVA experiments? Oh, right, and you can have more than one, right? Do I just... Crew respawns on easy and normal. Dang. Okay. I guess I'm gonna try this. Sure. Okay, you must be able to put more. How do you do that? Oh, that fits. Oh, that put it... Okay, I didn't notice that it put it over the tonnage. Okay, so I can have a few extras in here. So that we can swap and probably repeat. Okay. I'm going to do it with the Gloomy Moron so that we have the retrograde commands for convenience. I think I do want to put in MechJeb. You know, do I just put in MechJeb now so we get the better Delta V calculation? Certainly for the next ship build, we're going to do that. Or Kerbal Engineer Redux. Either one. So, exact same thing. Except now you can do the prograde lock, which is nice. Full speed. Boom. EV report. Not so much. Yeah, MechJeb, you do unlock some functions over time, but it's like the more advanced functions, like the automatic launch, which I do like. Like, at a certain point in the career, you're like, listen, I know how to get a ship to space. I can probably have a tool that runs it for me while I, look at chat on the other monitor. So I don't have to just keep staring over here. Okay, we still have the awkward transition here. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. This is where we have to be steel-eyed missile Kerbals. Okay, good, good. Okay, and as the atmosphere thins out, it becomes more controllable again. Be less of a problem if we did have the stabilizer fins, which we could do simply by upgrading the science center, but it's always a fun extra little challenge. Okay, no, I'll still do the low lunar orbit material study. We're gonna pick this up at some point. This is better to do if we had a scientist on board so we can reset the experiment. And that's really the, I can flatten myself out here. That's really the pro move, is like use a probe core to do your piloting. And then you put a scientist in here instead, so you've got someone who can reset experiments and do things. It gives you way more flexibility. As a personal rule, I always say, like, I avoid that particular bit of cheese, generally speaking, by saying all my flights require a pilot, generally speaking. Sometimes I make exceptions later when we're just doing what feels more like mundane flights. But my personal rule is I need a pilot, so if I want a scientist, I have to do it with a cockpit that can hold 2 people, or a pair of cockpits sort of linked together. We might have unlocked struts at this point. I think we may have. And really, so the next phase for the lander, we can use basically the exact same design, but increase our little side pods here so that we have more Delta V, and then probably do the entire translunar injection. Look at, we're getting some heat effects over here. is going on? With more or less this phase, or we add another stage. How are we getting so spicy? I mean, I guess I'm not that high up yet. Oh shit, my apoapsis went crazy. I overshot that. So now I'm gonna have to use the next engine for the circularizing, but it's fine. You know what? Just to simplify my planning. There. Done. Man, yeah, ship got spicy. But see, this is why at some point, inevitably, when I'm doing the live stream stuff, inevitably I go and toss on like MechJeb, and at some point you unlock the Ascent module. So the Ascent module doesn't get unlocked immediately. The first stage is mostly just more convenient buttons than these to set your orientation. But then, yeah, you unlock some extra modules, and at some point you get the automatic Ascent module, which sometimes you still have to tweak with because it doesn't always do the right thing, and it's not always more efficient than a manual Ascent, but it means you can do it a little bit more hands-off. Okay, physics warp until we are in space. Because then our apoapsis isn't changing. There we go. It's also quite convenient for the auto execution of a maneuver. So again, you can sort of like hands off the stuff that, oh, this is a pretty flat ascent. Circularization is going to be trivial. Like our periapsis is already not hitting the ground. But we need it a little bit more just so that it, there we go, gets us into space. So it won't be a circular, but look at this, barely a burn. Quick save. Does this warp me to the maneuver time? Cool. And I'm not going to worry about orientating myself to the maneuver node because basically it's just a let's do a prograde node burn. It's only going to be a 3-second burn time. We are a little higher up, which is part of the reason. And there we go. Okay. It's not particularly round, but that's okay. Let's redo our... Let's go to the moon. This time we want to enter an orbit. So let's go a little bit more here. I think it was a little early last time. Whoops. I don't know what the right click did, but I accidentally right clicked, and it definitely did something I did not want. Okay. Now what I'd like to do is get in fairly tight here. Can I adjust? Is there fine control built in? Because I can mouse wheel to do fine adjustments to the maneuver here. I don't know if I can fine control the positioning by like mouse scrolling. No, I can't. I can click and drag this maneuver node because that's what we'd want to do for the next step is tune exactly when we're doing it. And I'll just do this. We can do the retrograde burn from here, and then it's fine. And we are still nicely planar. Like if we go and focus on the moon, oh yeah, really nicely planar. Great. So yeah, from here, do a retro burn, get a low spot here, and then do our low flyby. We'll be orbital. We'll do the low flyby for new science, and then we do a prograde burn to break orbit. Looks perfect to me. Okay. Directly left, you can adjust the name. Oh, was there something over here? Hold on. I did actually just see something. I can. Can I adjust the timing? I can. Is it by typing? Can I scroll? I can type. Yeah, I don't know about that. Graphical maneuver editor. Okay. I'm too scared to mess with it right now. I think I'm okay with the situation currently. I still like the fine tune, and if I go and add MechJeb, I'll probably add the fine tune maneuver node thing too. Oop. There's still some. There's still some biomes. Ah, we're just grazing something. Well, this is all going to be ocean. I might hit a biome somewhere over here. Oh, we're flying right back over the... Oh, shoot. I was looking at there and I missed that. Oh, well. All right. So we want to do it with 27 seconds to the node, more or less. I mean, these are not precise maneuvers. They're going to get us to the moon. Oop, I overshot our zoom a little. Burn. And yeah, I'm not looking to match my planned maneuver. In fact, at this point, I could cancel the planned maneuver. I'm just waiting for the blue line to go and intersect the moon. The mission after this will definitely be the moon landing, which is always... Or the Minmus one. I don't know if we're going to get missions to do the Minmus flyby at this point. If they want you to do the full moon... Because again, landing on Minmus is easier than landing on the moon. With the one exception, I suppose, that the actual landing on Minmus can be a little weird because it's floaty. But in terms of delta V, it's a lot easier. Don't look at other things while you're driving. Yeah. And yeah, that's probably fine. Because then the idea being... we get over here, we'd plan a new maneuver, which is this retrograde like this. And I mean, as soon as we're orbital, that's fine, but I'm going to want to keep doing it. Okay, right-click that. There we go. Leave that up. I'm going to do... I think it's 50K for the moon low orbit. I guess, again, someone says, oh, the X science will tell you, but I don't actually know how to maneuver this so much. I guess I could say show all unlocked, and then if I typed in moon... Oh, that's mum. Moon. Does it tell you the low orbit somewhere in here? Anyway, it's fine. This is definitely going to be low. I think it's lower than it needs to be. On the other hand, it takes us very little extra delta V to get a little lower, and it's going to make our next maneuver that's much more powerful, so I think that's fine. So let's zoom into ourselves, quick save, and time warp. The other X window. So, not like this. There's another X window. This one here. Unlocked experiments unavailable in this vessel. Anyway. Keep going. So, entering the moon's sphere of influence. It automatically will slow us down to times 50 as we do the transition. Okay. It's funny because now it looks like we're going the opposite direction, but it's all relative, right? Let me go to stability assist mode and just point myself to the maneuver node. Which again is basically going to be a retrograde burn there, but we can pre-plan it. Okay, 14-second burn. So let's warp to the maneuver. Sorry, I meant the button under the X as the other X window since they are the same mod. Okay, so let's call this the, like, I don't know. I mean, this is sort of like the location drop marker on, like, Google Maps. Let's call it the Google Maps button. We need to refer to things. Okay, but... I mean, I could do the retrograde burn now, and it would be fine. We do get times to our periapsis now. That didn't used to be there. And I'll just lock to retrograde so I don't have to worry about this. And stop. And burn. There we go. Just in case it's 25, but I think it's 50. There, okay. Done. 23. So the next maneuver is going to be at the periapsis. And it's going to be... Well, actually, not at the periapsis. It's going to be right around here. Mostly periapsis. So what we really want is we want to break the orbit so it's coming like completely backwards from the orientation of our orbit here. But it's doing it. I mean, right now we're basically in the same orbit as the moon, so we're here. So you can see we're dropping to a lower orbit there. And we're going to have tons of fuel left over to doing the final maneuver. This is going to be okay. All right, so yeah, contract parameters complete. We need to do an orbital spacewalk near the moon. Now, I don't know if this counts as near the moon. We might have to do the lower one, but let's EVA. Oh yes, can I do the EVA science experiment? Can't be done right now. Why? Do I need to be released? Yeah, let me go back in, save. Still don't see anything telling me I have to be a scientist, and someone in chat may have pointed out that that is in fact required. I don't know. I'm going to let go. EVA science experiment? Ah, yes. Oh my god! Have I seen this? This is so cool. That is, okay. This is something that actually happens and people have videos of this. It's so bizarre, but yeah. Is it done? I mean, I could do an EVA report, but we already had that. Now, great question is, do I remember what these EVA controls are? How do I go up and down? Is it R and F? Nope, that's the RCS. Spacebar, I don't know what spacebar does. Shift and control, I think. Yes. Now this is the thing that's the hardest probably as a new Kerbal player. I think I mostly remember how to do it. Oop. I didn't click quickly enough, so I missed my little boarding window. Crap. Okay. Yeah, could I have picked up the nut? Maybe I could have. Oh well. It's out there somewhere. I'm sure it won't, like, kill another flight later. Okay, if I save... You know what? This probably... There's no actual requirement for me to return. Oh, no, there's a return. I was saying, well, maybe I could have gone and picked up the land mission, but no. All right, let's warp to here, because at that point, we should have been entering the low moon orbit, which will open up some new science, and we'll start to get all the moon biome EVA things, too. We haven't actually entered it yet. Okay. There it is. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, deploy all. Grab that. I don't know what this flickering sort of see-through shit is. This is wow, even the moon is see-through. I'm thinking one of my visual mods is messing up, but so be it. Okay, so let's do again. Let's let go. Turn on the RCS. And perform EVA science. So I didn't need multiple kits. They're reusable, I guess. All right. I should really be reading those messages, but I'm preoccupied. Grab. Take. Board. Ooh, yeah. There are some super graphic glitches going on here. Hopefully that doesn't happen when we try to land on the moon, because that would be unhealthy for us. EVA, take, board. We got a while to wait before the maneuver, so we're just trying to catch these for some extra science. Oh, there's another... What happened to my spaceship? What happened to my spaceship, you guys? I think we may have broken the game. I might have to quit and reload. See, look, there's kind of a moon here, and kind of... Oh, something is fucked. Okay, something is fucked. Okay, let's do a hard save. Let's Alt F4 the game. Huh. While we're in here, I'm gonna install MechJeb. Wasn't there something else I was gonna install too? Have we talked about one other thing? Not safety lights. No, we're not gonna. Unfortunately, not. I thought there was some other little handy, just quality of life thing. Science alert. No, I have science alert running. Maybe that was it. The wingnut is at fault. Should have brought it with you. Maybe. Oh, the maneuver node editor. That's what it is. Thank you. Maneuver node evolved. Precise moon maneuver is the one I used to use. I don't know what maneuver node evolved is. I'll probably just use the one I'm used to. Okay, those have been installed. So let me run the game again. Oh, my own view of Twitch is broken. MechJeb and Engineer Redux both do similar things for Delta V output. They're slightly different, and some people will run both. I generally just run one. So I threw in MechJeb, which will give me the Delta V info that I would have also gotten from Redux. I don't know if it correctly retroactively unlocks the tech or how that might work, but Sudi, thanks for the bits. The main game is breaking. Let me install more mods. Kerbal way. Yeah. It is being broken by a visual mod. Well, the physics also broke because my ship disappeared. And then my Kerbal was just going straight down for some reason. There's definitely a stencil buffer that was not being cleared properly, is what it was. And combined with maybe some Z fighting. Okay, that was default. We should still have a mission going on here. Okay. I'm not seeing multiple moons anymore. Let's see. If we EVA now... Good, we didn't fall off into space. The ship is still there. Oh, there. Okay, so there's precise maneuver here. Which I really... Oh, it's changed a little from what I'm used to, but I'm pretty sure this is the tool I use. The little tweaks here, and... Yes, the increments. Yep, good. Excellent. I love that. That's great. How do I hide precise? Maybe it's always up in this view? I don't know. And then there's MechJeb over there. Which, a lot of times, I tend to... Right, and this... You know what? I guess I think I did used to use precise maneuver, but I guess I just used the built-in MechJeb one is actually what happens. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of this, but... Okay, I'll probably uninstall that. But yeah, I use this, and then what's the other thing I use? Yeah, see, smartass over here. These buttons are just the same as the SAS buttons over here, but, like, way easier for me to click on. They're bigger, and that makes it easier. And then the other thing we can do, just to avoid fiddling with this over here, is... you get stuff like your orbit info. And I mean, admittedly, we are filling up the screen a lot, but man, oh man, is that just... I mean, a big part of it is probably because I'm used to seeing it, but it does seem to make things a lot easier for me. Okay, so our maneuver is in 40 minutes. Right, this is sort of where we left things off. Time warp, okay. EVA. Our ship's still there! Good news, everyone. Our ship didn't randomly disappear. Okay. We're just going to keep EVAing as we hit different biomes here. We're so close to the moon. So fun and craggy. No, that maneuver node's not going to take us all the way home, and that is correct. You can plan a maneuver from the moon that'll get you all the way there, but it can be a little tricky to get it quite right. So what I'm doing is, with this maneuver, I'm just breaking out of the moon's orbit, and then I'll do a subsequent burn. It is entirely possible for you to do your burn from the moon in such a way that it will give you a full return to Kerbin, but it's tricky and fiddly, and this only takes microscopically more delta V. Did I miss my burn? No. Right, okay, we missed the periapsis, but my planned burn is there. Okay. I think we're no longer in low orbit, so I don't think we're going to get any biome-specific EVAs. Okay. So the one thing with this is it does enable maneuvers that our Kerbals don't have. Like, Gloomy doesn't have the button to lock to a maneuver node. Now, to be fair, the maneuver node is just a prograde burn. So if I told you to go to prograde, right now it wouldn't be the same, but when we get to the maneuver spot, it would be there. I can just do the manual turn to here. But I'm not opposed to using the mech jab thing to just say, hey, can you point yourself to the node right now and just save me some shenanigans? Quick save. I think mech jab also, I don't know if we have it now, but does have like the ability to execute the burns for us too, which we'll probably end up using later. We might not have it unlocked, but I'm not going to worry about it for now. So I'm going to plan a warp to here. There are many things Gloomy Moron lacks. We love him anyway. Yes, that's right. Yes, execute your Kerbals that fail you. Over to here. Okay. It's just a 1 second burn. We can basically do it anytime we want. We're just burning enough to break out of the moon's orbit. All right. So we're going to call that good enough. Save. Go to regular assist. And time warp until we leave the sphere of influence of the moon. We could plan the maneuver now. Again, we could have made it so it would just be one burn, but this is easier, and we still have tons of delta V. In fact, we're going to be almost at the apoapsis, although this is a pretty circular thing. And again, if our concern is just to lower the periapsis, the optimal place is there, but we kind of want to kill speed from the entire orbit, so it's fine. So I'm just going to go to retrograde using the much more convenient buttons over here. And just burn. And the periapsis, which we can see here, but you can do there. Ooh. Are we going to encounter the moon again? We are. I mean, it's not going to make much of a difference. Because it's just on the outskirts of it. Okay, I'm not going to do another adjustment burn right now. Yeah, that's us re-encountering the moon very briefly. Kerbal return from the moon's orbit doesn't seem like a futzy maneuver to me. A far side, close passing, free return trajectory, and that's a futzy maneuver, terribly fun to pull up. It is actually harder to do the free returns in Kerbal than it was in real life. Lots of things in Kerbal are easier, but a free return is harder in Kerbal because the size and mass and distances are different, and therefore the window to do it is tinier. Okay, so we're just going to do basically the process. We're just going to burn here to make sure the periapsis drops. So we're now going home regardless. We're a little bit low, but I'm not going to worry about that because I'm going to end up doing, well, no, you know what? I do want to push it up here while it's really cheap. Because there's going to be a bunch of futzing over there regardless. But okay, let's do that. And then we'll do the same thing as our last flight, where we get close and then do near the periapsis, not at the periapsis because we'll be in the atmosphere and it'll be a little late, but near the periapsis, we'll do the retrograde burn to rip out as much orbital velocity as possible while playing the difference between the two to try to keep the periapsis above 25K. Above 25, below 35 is probably a nice spot. So we're going to go to regular SAS mode. That's the prograde side. Oh, turn that off. Yeah, right here between retrograde and radial, or anti-radial. Again, I don't know which is which, but we'll start mostly retrograde here. And we just want to make sure our periapsis doesn't drop too low. It's dropping a little low, so what I want to do is radial out. And then it's climbing, so I want to pull back a little bit more retrograde. It's dropping. I want to pull back a little bit more here. There we go. And as it gets smaller and smaller, it gets like trickier to maintain any kind of stability there. Oh, there we go. We've burned out our fuel. We're at 29 kilometers. We burned off some orbital stuff. Cool. Good. Excellent. Seems great to me. Go away, and let's remember to set our drogues on a different thingy here. Quick save. And now we want surface retrograde. I mean, we don't need to worry about the power usage for it right now, but that's what we want to do, is we're going to keep our butt sticking in there. Let's close these doors again, just in case that turns out to be an issue. Oh, there's an EVA experiment available here too, which is a little risky. But I mean, what could go wrong? You know, I'll collect this data. And same thing here. I'm going to collect. And collect. In case these things burn off. Oh, there's nothing in there, actually. Okay. Save. Release. Don't go too far. Form EVA science. Keep. And board. Okay. SAS, surface retrograde. Not orbital retrograde. We want surface retrograde to point our butt into the wind. There's the other part of our ship over here, which is going to burn up on re-entry. All right, everything should be fine. Everything's fine. Nothing to worry about. We're probably not going to go and burnate another Kerbal, right? We can go and pre-prime these things. I don't trust them. Okay, coming up on atmosphere. We're not at retrograde right now because we're doing the time warp, so it doesn't do any maneuvering. But right now the time warp will end. I'm not to do the EV report here. Hold this. Save. I mean, I guess I already had a save, but it's fine. We're going to physics warp for a second. Okay. I'm going to stop the physics warping so I can babysit this in case I need to do some spins to burn off some heat. We're coming in a little hotter than the last time, but not as hot as the first time. Gorgeous, especially on the dark side of Kerbin here. Just gorgeous. Oh, we fired all our starter Kerbals because we want to name them after people in Twitch chat. Whee! So, what is getting hot here? Is it the heat shield? Whoa, okay there, camera. Settle down. That's what happens when you stop being orbital. Actually, technically, sort of still orbital. I came in like a, well, more like a meteorite than a wrecking ball, I suppose. God, that's so pretty. But yeah, Jeb didn't die. We just got rid of them. We did lose one. On a more aggressive... Man! These sonic booms are fantastic. Sonic boom! Sonic boom! Hadouken! I came in like a rocket ship. Alright, let's physics warp since this all seems fine. Ooh, something's getting spicy. No, we're fine. Everything's okay. There we go, and I'm expecting the drogues to enter safe speed. There it is. Deploy. Wait. This bleeds us off. There you go. A regular chute can be deployed now too. So we'll do that. Turn off the SAS. All right. I like having these up, not just for me, although I'm realizing my head's now in the way of where I like to put that. I guess I'll go here. Maybe here. Because it is more information for the viewers to be able to see at a glance, not reliant on me being in, you know, some other interface mode. And more importantly, it's really about when I'm doing the landing. The landing info screen is really, really, really helpful. Really, really helpful. A lot of times I leave the Delta V stats up too, but we don't need that right now. Okay, you know what? We're going slow enough. EVA report, grab, board. And apparently we can do a temperature scan. I have been some attention to Kitten Space Agency. It's definitely something I'm gonna have to get in touch with some people about. See what the deal is. That was unexpected. Maybe I should have killed the physics warp first. But it's quite clear that with the science pack, one of our regular chutes. The drogues help a little bit, but not very much on the final landing speed. A little too quick since we didn't land in the ocean. Luckily, I did go and collect the science out of the material bay. So we're fine! Everything's... I don't know why you people worry about stuff. It's all fine. Can I do the EVA science experiment here? I guess so. I'm guessing it just falls to the ground. Oh, it's the golf ball experiment here. Nice. Boop. You're gonna... There it is. Grab and board. All right. Recover vessel. Most expensive golf trip. Do. We have a bunch of science. We have a bunch of money. All right. Ladders. I feel like we should probably unlock this for our moon trip. RCS and stuff. I don't know whether we need that. We might want another reaction wheel for the landing, though. And there's bigger landing gears here. I don't know if that's going to be required. Okay, we can get our struts, though. That's going to be nice. We'll get this. You know what? I will get the beefier landing gear unlocked. These are the bigger engines, right? I don't think we need any of those. We might want these side mountain engines. I'm not sure what we feel like we need for the lunar or the moonar landing. You save my science for a second? Landing gears for cowards. Wow. All right, we're going to the moon. That's how we're going to end today's stream here. So we're going to start with a new ship. New command pod. For this one, let's invert our parachute plan. We're going to go and mount two regular parachutes on the sides. I mean, they are big. I mean, unless we just unload all the experiments. The science kits are expensive, so it's nice to bring them back. But, yeah, we might be able to get away with this. This is a quarter of the weight if we just do that. Or we don't bother and we manually pick them all up, and we still don't come back with it. Like, it feels like we can probably do the pressure and the thermometers on the side. In which case, we really only need the one regular parachute. I might still want to have, like, one drogue. Oh, maybe I do want two. Still do the same thing. But this, without the extra weight, should be much better. So we're going to go and throw the 1 1/4. So this is going to be our re-entry plan. There. Just like this. Now, I think we will want a little bit of solar on this trip, just to make sure nothing particularly weird goes on. So, I mean, it might upset some people with the symmetry, but I think this is going to be okay. And we're probably going to want some ladders, too. Make it easier for us to... Oop, that doesn't need to be symmetry. As long as it doesn't block the door. We might want to do a little EVA test on the launch pad to make sure we can still, you know, have egress. Okay, now below this, we do want the Science Junior, because we're going to be collecting some science from the surface of the planet. Let me rotate this one, because then we can make sure to have some extra ladders on there to climb up. And then I think I'll do the thing that I often do for the landing, because it tends to just make it easier and more stable. If we go with a pair of these bad boys. And we really don't need the Terriers for the landing and maneuver. Like, because we could put a couple beneath here, but that is like so much more actual thrust power than we need. Where's a couple of thuds? I don't know. You know, just... It's probably fine. We can eject the nose cones, right? Can we eject these, or they have to be fairing? Because I'd like to dump the weight of those things when they're out of the atmosphere. I suppose I could put a Sepatron on there. Oh, we could, we'll put an antenna on here so we can send some things back. I think these two are equivalent. I don't know that we need the high gain. I actually don't know. And part of it will depend, of course, on what kind of upgrades we've done at home. I think I'll just use this one, so I don't have to worry about deploying it. And I don't think it has any physics. I use upside down decouplers. Yeah, that might be the thing to eject these. I have done that before. So that should launch. Yeah. The bits of this should go away with the rest of that. Just so we can shed a little weight once we're in space. I think those are aligned. And this should be pretty stable. I could flare them out a tiny bit more. These are a little lower. There. I think that's okay. These should start retracted. All right. Probably okay. Well, I mean, what could go wrong? Moon lander. Oops. Moon lander Mark 1. I think I was typing mum again. All right. We have MechJeb over here. Give me the Delta V stats. I like these a lot more. So this stage in a vacuum, 1600 meters per second. So I believe it takes about 800 meters per second Delta V to land and take off, like, each from the moon's surface. It's the same amount. Mathematically makes sense to both ways. I think it's about 800 for each thing. So theoretically, this by itself could land on the moon and take off from the moon, but we might have a problem with the escape velocity from the moon. On the other hand, hopefully, if we do our lunar deorbit with another part of the stage, like if this is just used for the actual landing and not the deorbiting, that should be fine. Probably. I mean, you know, again, what could possibly go wrong? So what we want then is we want the stage that is going to be responsible for kind of getting us from, probably entirely from Kerbin all the way to the moon. And I think that here is sufficient. What am I looking for here? airplanes. And then we need the thing that'll get us to space. Now, we might be hitting a bit of a height restriction, but that's okay. We've got money for some upgrades. I don't want to make this part too tall. How much thrust to weight ratio do we have with this? Barely enough to still be pushing us. So we might actually go with a bit of a splitter. I mean, I do have the adapter for the bigger things. We could actually just go with the bigger fuel tanks. I have the science for it. I wonder. I mean, we're going to do some amount of boost to the side no matter what, but if we grab heavy rocketry... oh yeah, we need to upgrade our thing for this next level. I don't think we need the mainsail. These are smaller things. Right, this has got this tri-stack, which actually might also be the other thing that I wanted to see. I guess you were already loaded. So one thing we could do is use the Rockomax adapter, then go into the Rockomax fuel tanks. And then I think the Poodles, yeah, it's the larger spacey one. Although I don't think we need that really. Smaller one of this mainsail. 1.34 thrust weight ratio is not too shabby. This might be enough Delta V. I think this is basically the bulk of what we need. What I'm going to want to do in an effort to make sure we've got stuff to spare. Is that. Plus that. Plus this. Struts. Fuel transfer. And a couple of swivels. So what I want is all three of the base engines that start at the same time. Then when the outer stuff runs out of fuel, we decouple those. That and launch that, that's fine. Break that off and then have these two launch, that's good. And then at some point, well, we're gonna manually go and pop these guys off. Something kind of like this. Oh yes, fins, thank you. I think we'll use the actual winglets this time, and in a quad configuration. Oh, that's a trick. There we go. Yeah, I guess I don't have the auto strut command, because that would be in here, right? I'm a little bit worried about a little bit of flex in the middle. I guess if I'm concerned about it, I can actually just go and throw some struts in here. So something like this, just to try to cut back on a little bit of flex. All right. So in theory, 7,300 Delta V. And I think that's enough for a full land and return from the moon. Of course, this is very dependent on us not effing up in other ways and losing efficiency. We need stress with safety lights. We should get some downwards facing lights, though. Now, again, the actual rotating safety light that we know and love comes from a mod we don't have installed anymore. But we could have a couple of downwards facing lights to illuminate the ground. That seems kind of cool. So let's do that. And I don't think these are physics enabled. So I don't think it matters that they sort of stick out like this. Hopefully. We're not going to need extra reaction wheels for this part. Some of these others might rotate a little bit slowly, but they'll still get the job done. I think we go. We got an hour to go. I think we can do this. Let's make sure that you have a UV experiment kit. Oh, I didn't bring any goo with me, did I? Nope. I'm gonna just mount them on the side here. And again, we'll collect this before we leave. Give them stripes to make it go faster. There's not as much recoloring stuff, unfortunately. And a few variants for some things, but can't do a full paint job. All right. Let's see. So thrust weight 1.54, and then it will drop after we drop those side ones, but that's going to be fine because the important part of the flight is done, and that's still lots of thrust to weight. And then this one is low, but that's okay because we're going to be in space at that point. Probably, maybe. Mission flag. Yeah, do we want to go with our own mission flag for this one? It's like moon or bust, you know? I don't know. I think I still like the quill one. Yeah. Just go with the quill one. All right. Kind of want to get someone else for this flight. Just to give someone else a chance. So we're gonna, you know, we've grown too attached to Gloomy. We need a sacrificial person. And that person is going to be Hard Drive. Hard Drive, congratulations. You've never been in a spaceship before. We're going to send you to the moon. This is fine. It's fine. I don't know why you're even worried. Let's go. Oh, yes. Too many parts. Hold on. Upgrade. Good. And yes, thank you. I was just about to say I have to do the EVA check because it had happened before where we've gone all the way to the moon or wherever and found out we couldn't actually EVA because there was some part that was blocking the door. So, hard drive can successfully EVA. All right. That concludes our safety test. Oh, mech jet. Okay, so give me the wait, is it not giving me the smartass because he doesn't have any skill at all for it? Is it actually adjusting based on my pilot? I wonder if, is that possible? Oh, I needed to ask me for the pilot. Unless it put Gloomy in there. No, it's still hard drive. I want my buttons. Okay, Gloomy's in there. All right, now I'm confused. It was definitely there before. Unless there was a weird glitch because I started with it in flight. It gave me more tools than I actually have access to. Oh well, that's fine. All right, Gloomy, it's going to have to be you then because I want the prograde retrograde locks. All right. Unless, hold on, I do have some extra science. One more second. Let me see. I don't know what nodes lock the mech MechJeb Tech behind it. Yeah, right here. So this is a MechJeb case. And then this maneuver and translatron. There we go. That unlocked a couple of MechJeb behaviors. I don't think we'll have one in here or there. Okay, we're going to do one more try with hard drive here. There it is. Okay, cool. Good. All right. Just on. Regular SAS on. Although I do quite like... I sometimes use one of these where I set specific angles. Like on surface mode. I thought I could like tick down a few percentages. It's fine. We're just going to use SAS for the regular, like plain SES, and then maybe do a prograde lock, but that's going to be fine. Okay. Full speed. Stage. Oh, I might want to do the thing where I start the engines and then unclamp. Because sometimes it can take a second for the engines to ramp up. And let's turn the lights on. Yes. Let's go! Oh yes, I use CCAN for all my mod stuff. Yep. Sometimes I even share a CCAN. Well, that's interesting. I don't think the fuel... Is the fuel transfer not working, or is it just not working fast enough to keep this middle part filled? Look at that! My middle fuel tank... Oh, maybe... Hold on. Maybe after I stage, then it'll show this is full again. It's probably just counting it differently. Bit slow on my gravity turn here. Kind of a ponderous ship. Shows it's full when you stage, okay. And stage. Yeah, okay, there you go, full again. Okay. Groovy. Tilt, tilt, tilt. Okay, I think we're on... We're actually on pretty good schedule for my turn here. That's great. In fact, I might be turning a little early, so I'm going to delay my roll, pitch up a little. Yeah. Some fighting the atmosphere a little bit. I'm going to try to stay within the prograde circle, but still delaying the turn a wee bit. Yeah, I think we're a little flatter, not quite as steep as I might like here. Which means we might not be escaping the thickest atmosphere as quickly as we should. Bits from City! Sorry, I can't properly read right now. One of the good targets often is the time to apoapsis. You want to keep it under a minute. You know, close to, but under a minute is usually a good sign of you're going... If it's too low, you're not going steep enough, or you don't have enough thrust. If it's too high, you're not going as flat as you could be. So time to apoapsis is climbing, so I'm going to just pitch down here more and more and more. It's still going to continue to climb, but I'm going to slow down the rate of it as it climbs. By doing this here. There you go. Still climbing a little, but that's going to be okay. We're getting maybe a little more drag here than we'd like because we're not properly progrady. But no, we're in a pretty thin atmosphere at this point. Time to apoapsis is definitely going to climb over a minute. I could pull back on the throttle, but no.
Hey, Quill, pay attention. There's a new subscriber.
Boom! Still pushing it over a minute, but not crazy sauce. A little spicy up front. Apoapsis is still pushing up. It's not really going to raise. I don't think the temperature is going to be an issue. Apoapsis time is definitely climbing. So definitely not as flat as I could be, but that's fine. Okay, we're going to space. I'm going to kill this. We'll probably be able to use the rest of this to circularize. And we didn't really have any wobble, so I think these struts did a pretty good job. Now, we're still in the atmosphere, so we're losing a little bit of our apoapsis, but barely. I could keep a trickle of fuel in here, but there's not much sense in doing that. I'm going to lock myself to orbital prograde using my smartass here, just so that I don't get distracted by chat and then fail to do something. Oh, Kerbal King can't watch this. Oh, Kerbal King. I mean, that is very unfortunate you can't watch right now. And yeah, we definitely pushed our Apo. I mean, this is pretty flat. I think I can probably go in physics warp. No, I didn't mean to load the Twitch viewer thing. I did want to come down here and check this. I only have the one material study, and I don't have the ability to reset it, and I definitely want to use it while landed. Oh, we have access to our maneuver planner, which is really handy, because it can save us a little bit of fiddling here. Okay, physics warp some more. And there we go. We're in space. So, again, I can click here, do the same thing we did last time, where we add a maneuver, we stretch it out, and, you know, there's a circularization somewhere around there. But we can be super lazy and just say, hey, I would like to circularize at the apoapsis. So create the next node, which is going to be there, which just saves me some clicking. And if we hit execute, it'll just queue up the movements, including the time warp. It's just such a convenient little time saver. I love it. And yeah, we have more than enough delta V in this to finish the circularization, which actually means we're ahead of our budget, which is great. We're going to be able to use some of the fuel in here to do our transmunar injection burn. So as soon as it locks onto the maneuver, it'll auto time warp. Sometimes it has difficulty getting there, but it's getting there. It doesn't help. We only have the one reaction wheel in our cockpit right now, so without our engines gimbling being present to help with the turning, it is quite slow. There we go. Coming up on the node. It's going to be hands-free. It's going to do a 4-second burn starting now. All right, so I will plan this one manually, although we could even use a thing. I could set this as a target, and then we can use some rendezvous and stuff commands, but... And yeah, I'm going to get rid of the precise maneuver node thing because I don't need it, because it does come from MechJeb. All right. Auto burn. There we go. Oop, me backlight. Interesting, the periapsis is moving a little closer. You know what? Maybe yeah, if I tune the time, we could probably get closer. I think I'll do the same thing, where I just get the minimal encounter, and then I'll fix it there. 841, so it'll definitely have to do the next stage. I don't know if it's got auto stage turned on. That's another option somewhere else. We'll probably have to do it manually, but all right, that's looking okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell it to execute the next node for me. So again, it'll point us the right way. It'll time warp. It'll start the burn. I think I'll have to manually stage. Yeah, turn on auto stage and utilities. I think the utilities is also good for the auto deployment of solar panels. Wow. Oh, and the antennas, which I both like a lot. I'll go solar panels. I mean, I don't actually have any retractable ones, nor do I have any antennas. But yeah, we could do the auto stage. I think I'll probably just wait and do it myself. Lights are on. We could have colored them like port and starboard. You know, red for port, green for starboard. Okay, it is just aligning now, and it should be starting a time warp. There we go. Use stage 1. So is the stage 1, does it just queue up a single auto stage? I've never used that before. That would be quite handy. All right, it's going to be a 1:30 burn. It's interesting that the node When is it going to start the burn? Is it thinking that you can't start the burn? I might have to go and cancel the smartass here. Oh, there it goes. Okay. And main engine cut off. There we go. Rear-facing lights should give some thrust. Yeah. I mean, we're ejecting some photons in that direction. It makes sense. Nice thing is this, you can't accidentally, you know, have your finger slip and accidentally burn too long. So this stage, we're still going to have fuel in here. This is going to be responsible for, I mean, deorbiting from the moon, which really, to deorbit from the moon, we must first orbit the moon, just because we're going from an escape velocity into an orbital velocity into a we touch the moon kind of thing. Oh, shoot. Yes, my fairings. Ah, dang it. Yep, we're carrying extra weight that we don't have to. I forgot about them. As soon as we got into orbit, and before we did the circularization burn, I should have dropped them. Need a wee break for no one baby bumper sticker? I mean, those were bumper stickers that just existed, but they also were in Spaceballs, which I'm sure is where the reference is being here. All right, let's... we'll spin over this way. Rest our motion with regular SAS. And decouple. That was way more explodey than I was thinking. But I think we're fine. I think that was just effects. Alright, so that kills a little bit of weight, which is good. I'm actually considering like deploying my landing gear now because it's not going to make any impact on anything, and that saves me one step later on that I might F up. Yeah, slightly clipped maybe over here. Luckily it didn't damage the actual ship. Okay. So I think I'm now happy to just coast to the moon. I feel like I can delay that initial burn more every time. And I probably should have done that because I think we would have intersected slightly closer, slightly cleaner. But okay, as I say, that's not the right orbit. There we go. So what we want is a maneuver here. That is a big ol'... Oh, we're still time warping. I was gonna say, why is it going so fast? That is a big ol' hit the brakes. We don't need to go quite that low. Well, I mean, really, we do want to be fairly low for the maneuver. Okay, something like this. Looks good to me. 292. Yeah, we'll have lots of delta V for the deorbit. This is going to be more than fine. Why don't you go ahead and just execute the next node for me, please. Rotation's going to be a lot easier now. That one reaction wheel doesn't have to turn anywhere near as much as it used to. Time warp as a go. Sure, we've never had blown up a ship by having a booster collide with the main craft on its stage. No, never. Personally, I usually convert those nose cones to fuel tanks, the procedural fuel tanks mod. Yeah, I like that a lot. It really annoys me that the only nose cones in vanilla Kerbal are just hollow. It's like, why can't we have fuel tanks that have a rounded tip? So yeah, I always like when we've got mods that have that sort of thing in there. On the other hand, the nose cones are fairly light. Like, I don't even know how much weight we saved, really, from ditching them. Oh, there are fuel nose cones in the expansion. Oh, okay. I do have the expansion. Oh, but not for small size. Okay. Honestly, I'm fine with the early game tech staying fairly simple and not overwhelming people too much. Because one of the problems with mods is, like, really quickly you get overwhelmed with how many parts there are. I ate a piece of sushi. That soup was just so perfect, though. I should just put soup. I don't know if I got a place that delivers just soup. Look how pretty this new box is that they send. Much nicer than those little plastic containers. Just one bite here while we're waiting. Okay, let me plan the next maneuver, actually. So over at the periapsis, or as near as I can get it, because we still have to burn off all this. So we may as well circularize, because ultimately we have to kill off, like bleed off all of this regardless. And this will put us in a nice situation where we can pick our landing spot. And that's something the game can do without me. I love rice. Rice is so good. Growing up, it's one of those things I didn't care for, mostly because my mom, who did all the cooking, despite being a full-time worker as a nurse, most of the food was fairly bland. She's a great cook now. But at the time, I mean, she had to deal with all these annoying ass kids. These terrible kids who wouldn't do anything. Doing well. And as a nurse, she always thinks healthy. So, like, no salt, no fats, no anything like that. So the food was all pretty bland. I didn't think I cared much for rice. As a grown-up now, rice is amazing. Love it. Can't get enough. Yeah, children are awful, exactly. I did do the dishes. That was my job. But, yeah. But as soon as she retired, became the greatest cook in the universe. Oh my god. Which just goes to show is purely just a time thing. Also, she also stopped being allergic to salt and butter. Mostly she's still there. We never had butter in the house growing up. It was only margarine. Because, you know, growing up when we did, that was supposed to be way healthier, right? Now it's, yeah, that's a little more questionable. Okay, we don't want to land on the dark side of the moon because we won't be able to see what we're doing. Yes, we've got our lights that are shining downwards. Are they off again? It looked like they were on. Oh, they're off. Oh, they're on. I guess they're just pretty dim. We do have the lights to shine downward, but it's still going to be difficult. We want to land on the bright side so we can see what the heck we're doing. And we'd like to land somewhere kind of flat. Now, that can be hard to spot. Like, that might be a not bad area there. Or over here, there's probably highlands. It is nice and sunny. I'm actually wondering about maybe this spot. So, like, if over here we planned a big retrograde burn to land somewhere over there. We're gonna fine-tune this for sure as we go down. Wow, that's not even used. The deorbit burn isn't going to use everything inside this first set of tanks. We might end up dumping this set of tanks before we go to the next engine. Like, there might still be some fuel in here when we do the stage, but that's okay. That's just because we packed a little more than we need. So, sorry, my chair decided to lower itself on its own. Oh, we're getting the visual glitch again. I'm worried that we're going to get another instance of our ship just, like, spontaneously disappearing. But anyway, we're going to lock ourselves to, well, orbital retrograde, which is kind of what we're going to start with, right? Because orbital retrograde, right now, all of our movement is purely horizontal. If we go, we don't need the maneuver planner anymore. If we go and bring up the landing info, our vertical speed is basically non-existent. It's all horizontal speed. But what's going to happen is as we burn sideways and kill our horizontal speed, then slowly we'll start to descend towards the moon. It's all going to become vertical. We want our horizontal speed to be basically zero because we don't want to be skidding the surface as we come down. So our retrograde right now is basically a full horizontal burn. But as soon as we kill off our horizontal velocity and we start to drop, the retrograde is going to start to become more and more of a diagonal thing, which I don't know if what we want to keep. What I really want in surface mode and over here is I can go like surface negative horizontal, which is exactly the same as orbital retrograde right now. But basically, this will stop us. We could also just go into SAS mode, right? If I didn't use smartass and I just used regular SAS and just made sure I was pointing retrograde, as we start our negative burn, this retrograde marker is going to move, but I want to stay right on this horizontal, right on the horizon. But to prevent us from like misclicking or getting distracted and not noticing that something moves, because it's not our life that's depending on things, I'm just going to use this, which is exactly the same as what I'm doing, but stops me from effing up. So we're going to move to here. Can I get one of these EVAs? Maybe. Oh, I got one. Oh, are we going to fall off our ship? No, we're fine. Okay. Still waiting for it to glitch horribly again. 14 minutes away from maneuver spot. Oh, something feels weird. Our altitude hasn't changed in a really bizarre way, has it? Something just jerked oddly. But the graphics seem okay now, so... "10 minutes away. Just waiting for the little bubbly sounds. 9 minutes away. We're not doing another biome? Above the Midlands right now. Oh, lowlands. There we go. EV over the Midlands. Grab. Board. Okay, yeah, numbers haven't really changed. Good, okay. I don't know. Well, I might pass over like a crater biome. Oh, here's one. Six minutes away. Five, 4 minutes. 3 minutes. Well, really, mostly 4. Now we're 3 minutes as it changes to the 2 minutes display. Okay, I don't think we're going to do another EVA here. Even if it pops up, I might not want to. All right, we're about a minute away. Let's do this. We're going to do our surface negative horizontal velocity. In theory. Why isn't this... Oh, that's how we get those numbers. Why are you not turning the way I expect you to? Are you out of power? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. All right. Emergency EVA maneuver. EVA. Let go. Okay. It didn't respond to my R, or maybe I hit the wrong thing. What we do is we push our ship so that we get one of our solar panels facing the sun. Shove! 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 Board. Okay, leave SAS off so we have nothing consuming power right now. Turn it on for a second. There you go, just to stop the rotation. Power, 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 power. We're past our node, but that's fine. We didn't have a specific place. Okay. Now, none of these engines give us power. All right, let's burn. We're going to try to kill off all of our horizontal speed. Well, we're not going to kill off all of it right now because we might still want to drift past a crater or something. Get rid of the maneuver node. So our blue line is going to determine where we land. Power's still climbing, that's good. Woo! Now, having to push your spaceship, get out and push your spaceship, is such a Kerbal thing. It's such a Kerbal thing. So yeah, I'm burning purely on the horizon here. All we're trying to do is kill off our horizontal speed. This is not the most efficient way to do the entire landing. Now, I'm not going to kill all of it. Partially because it gives the option to like skip over something and then hit the brakes after. But also in terms of certain amounts of efficiency. Yeah, I think we might be able to land right over here. 40, 30, 20, there we go. Let's stop that. 15 meters per second horizontal speed. And it is going to drift a little bit as, you know, some other effects come into play. Remember, the planet is rotating below us. But all right, so we can always... Using these buttons is very convenient as a shortcut to quickly find up, which is important. Where's that sun? Ooh, directly above us. You know what? Are we... Oh, we're still getting a solar charge. Good. Okay, that's important. And we're going to bleed off a bunch of speed with this. What we'll probably do... The ideal thing is to do a suicide burn, which is if you've got, you know... You want to time it so that you could do one final burn that brings your speed to 0 or just barely above 0 right before you touch the surface. That's the most efficient thing. That can be very tricky to execute without dying. So what we're going to do is we're going to get ours fairly low. And then we're going to probably arrest all our movement using the fuel in here, drop this, and then do a second drop. Yeah, I'm going to keep this engine and tank for now just to take advantage of it a little bit more. Where's our predicted landing right now? Right over there. You know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and kill off more of the horizontal speed. We're going to regain some for a variety of different reasons, but let's bring it to almost 0 now. There we go. We're going almost straight down. Looks like it's going to be a relatively decent spot to land. And you can see the horizontal speed creeps back up again as some various things happen, but that's okay. So right now... Oh, there's our suicide burn countdown. Hold on. Going up. Nice to get the calculation, but yeah, I want to burn this away because I want to burn as much vertical speed as possible with this and then drop it. And then we're going to actually double our thrust in a second here. Well, more than that, because we're going to lose a bunch of weight and have 2 engines. This is not the most efficient way to do it, but it's going to be safe, and then it can stage. Something shoot upwards? That was weird. Okay, straight up. It's the rest of our ship. Okay, we have a 1.4 meter lateral movement. I think that's probably okay. Smooth and as silk. Ah, never doubted myself for a second. Woohoo! I'm really happy we tested the door, because it would be so crazy right now if the door didn't work. Let's do a temperature scan. Probably is a 0. Let's do a pressure scan. Probably a 0. How's the crew feeling? Yeah, you know what? I should really have the community source science mod, which adds more flavor text to these things, because they are bland as is. We'll do the material study. A goo. We do have 2 goo containers. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to get a second one. I guess a thing. And now it's time for us to EVA. 1 small step for hard drives 81. 1 giant step for Kerbal kind. Are we going to be able to get up here? Probably with a jetpack or a jump, right? Whee! Hope we remember to bring a flag. Hey! Oh, turn your lights on. Yeah, buddy! Oh, awesome. All right. Let's plant a flag. Which actually, there are missions and stuff for that, but that's fine. Yeah, we just barely avoided those big boulders. So, You know what? Let's name the site based on who planted the flag. It's actually Hard Rive, not Hard Drive. Hard Rive or Har Drive, one or the other. Bam. And then hose. Oh. You telling me F1 is taking screenshots? I hope so. Cool. All right. And then let's do some science. EVA report. Start to say something dramatic and poignant about the plight of Kerbin in this grand universe, only to be cut off by a random radio chatter that the situation is nominal. Do I not? I might not have the science thing. I think we messed up the inventory. I think because of the redos, I don't think I ended up taking an experiment. I think I've just got the jetpack plus the parachute, so I don't have the EV experiment, and I don't think there's any in the command module either. So that's a damn shame. We'll have to come back. I don't know if that's biome specific, which would be annoying. Remove helmet. That's not. Is he just scratching his butt? I think he was just scratching his butt. All right, let's see if a jump will hit it. Yeah, grab. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to collect this data. And we'll close the doors. And we're going to collect this data. There we go. And yes, they're not repeatable, but that's fine. Can we reach over here? Yeah, take... Just in case we want to redo these. Although I think these were still empty, and they are. And I'll take this for the crew report, and then get back in there. All right, we got 20 minutes to get home. We've got 1,400 Delta V. Yeah, so we need about 800 to get back into orbit of the moon, and then we only need like another 100 or something like that to get back to Kerbin. Maybe a little more than 100, but really not very much. So we should have tons. Oh, it doesn't let you remove the helmet and vacuum. Shows a message says it's a bad idea. See, I don't believe you. That's like no. You can type your password in chat and it'll just hide it. It's like, oh, Hunter 2. Okay, good. Yeah, so we're gonna take all this until we get back, and then we're just gonna land with just this top pod. All right, sounds good. So what we want to do when we take off here is we want to take off. We basically just want to go up a tiny bit and then burn directly sideways, in the westerly direction. Which, yeah, I think. Yeah, this is the button I use all the time. Yeah, this is so handy. Because, like, I think this is the up direction right now. I guess to be careful, because I can just set you to up immediately if I'm not trusting it. And then trigger this, and then change the numbers to go directly east. Okay. Do this, and then if I go, like, get execute, but then set your... Do I want east or do I want west? I want west, don't I? Because I was going to say, like, the pitch, 0. This is going to the east. Yeah, okay, I do want east. What's my altitude? 5,000. I think 5K is enough to not hit a mountain on the moon. I'm not entirely sure. We might be finding out here in a moment. I don't need the landing info. Okay. Apoapsis is now shot up a bunch. Periapsis is only 4, but that's okay. No reason to do the burn here. What a fun little flight, though, going fast like this. I wonder if we see those cool arches and stuff. We're totally not going to smack into the mountain, right? Nope. I think we are. Up. I think there's going to be some contact right there. There we go. Ah. Yeah, and you know what? We can do some EVAs here. A quick save. There's no atmosphere, so we're not going to get blown off. Unless there's a physics glitch again. That never happens. Yeah, we're on our way up here. The periapsis is left behind. Alright, we're fine. Yeah, the mountain behind us would definitely smack us on the second trip, but I want to do another burn at the apoapsis if I can. And in fact, we might not even need to do a full loop. And in fact, we don't, Because, yeah, what I want to do is right over here, add the maneuver. Now it's going to work correctly to escape in the reverse direction. You can see as I add more of this prograde burn, what we're actually doing is a retrograde relative to Kerbin. I'm going to leave it there. We'll do the adjustment in actual Kerbin orbit to have full control, but this is the clean sort of burn I was looking for before. And we can just say execute next node at this point is, yeah, fine. Excellent. Good. I'm going crazy. What is argument of periapsis? I can't end contract because I can't get that right. Argument of periapsis? I don't know what argument of periapsis is. The periapsis is the low point in your orbit, but I'm not sure. So yeah, if we didn't do a burn here, we would smack into a mountain. Well, we would just do some other burn to avoid that. Okay, here we go. Repositioning to face the maneuver, and 4-second burn here. And yeah, we're leaving the moon in a direction that is basically retrograde to our orbit from Kerbin, which is why it's shrinking it down. Lovely. You believe it with the latitude of your periapsis. I mean, to me, that's just like, that's part and parcel with like the inclination, I suppose, right? All right, so let's just time warp out of here. And we could probably make some very delta V efficient adjustments to our orbit like before this, but I could also screw it up. So if I wait until I'm actually like this, then I know that all I want to do is I want to go back into orbit mode over here with the retrograde. So I'm going to shrink my orbit until the periapsis is groovy. There we go, somewhere around there. And then we'll do the rest. So we're already going home at this point, but we'll do the trick of delaying or slowing our orbit as much as possible. We're going to do a warp to here. Okay, turn this off. Warp to here. Oh, very nicely planner here too. Okay, so then we'll do the trick. So this is off. I'm going to go to regular SAS mode, and I'm looking for, again, that point between the retrograde and the out radius. Right, I want more retrograde here. Bring it down, bring it up a little, bring it down a little. Keeping the, there we go. So periapsis at 30K, looks good. We burned off a little bit of our orbital velocity, groovy. It's now time to dispose of the rest of the ship because we literally can't do nothing with it no more. So I'll just orientate myself plus normal, or no, I like plus radial actually, or negative radial. Either way, I just want this thing to be on a different orbit than me. So we will stage. Good. And then for the rest of the reentry, well, we can turn off the SAS for now just to save some power in case we're burning through our batteries. But no, our batteries is fine now, which is good. We're not using any. And then when we reenter, we're just going to go to surface retrograde, which is this button. I think we did collect all the data. I think we collected all the data. I hope I collected all the data. I'm almost completely confident that I maybe kind of hopefully did. All right, slow it down. Let's go to surface retrograde. Just keep our butt locked into the wind. Hopefully this ladder is not an issue. I don't think the ladders have physics. Oh, it's taunting me with that EVA report, but no. Okay, it's a little risky doing the physics warp here, but let me stop the physics warp as we start this. I guess I need to respond with some rotations, but I think we're okay. Burn, baby, burn. Yeah, experiment storage on top. I mean, I nearly did. I was like, I don't know, we'll save a little bit of weight. Boom. The sonic booms are freaky, but awesome. The skybox. Yeah, I don't know if Pood is still around, but it is one of his skybox. Look at all this shit behind us. Is that all our various bits and bobs? Okay, we got a little bit of a heat. I think it's the heat shield itself complaining about the heat. Whoa, camera! Kerbal does some very funny things as certain things happen to your orbit. Just keeping our butt into the wind. Everything is looking great now. I can go ahead and do some physics warp. I'm pretty confident. Wait, are you saying... It's the camera going through here that's causing the booms? I apologize. I have no idea how loud that is for you guys. It's pretty entertaining over here. Okay, we can deploy the drogues. Which means at this point, we shouldn't need any stabilizing whatsoever. This, the capsule by itself is pretty aerodynamically stable. We might have been fine without any SAS at all. But the last thing you want is to go into a tumble. And then we still get booms from other things, too. All right. Everything deployed. Fast forward to the end. This is light enough that nothing should smash, and we're landing in the water as a bonus. The camera position does affect what you hear. Sure, it's weird that the transition... Okay, that was a big lag there. Solar panel survived. Yeah. And the ladder, too. Even though it's not actually attached to anything. Okay, drogues fully deployed. I think it's at 2,500 they do it. And then at 1,000, the main chute. There we go. Still going at times 4 speed. You're going through the supersonic shockwave. I guess that's true. Makes sense. All right, 500 meters. Everything's looking good and groovy. And hard drive is the first Kerbal to land on the moon in this version of the universe. Oh yeah, that's right. You can jettison the heat shield to drop some weight. Or if we got it, we'll recover a little bit of the money. The speed is fine here. Not even a sploosh sound. That was weird. For all the other sound effects we're getting, no sploosh. Maybe I was too far away. There we go. 480 science. Oh, what? There's some debris at the launch site? I'm gonna fly this debris. Oh, this stuff wasn't getting auto recovered, like cleaned up? That's weird. I've done lots of launches with those things. Huh. Let's recover any other debris that's around. There you go. This one's going to get terminated. Terminate. Recover. Recover. And terminate. All right. Clean up after ourselves. Mission control. We can't have more missions in a go. Explore Kerbin. Rendezvous. Yeah, those are fun missions. Repair a satellite. Ooh. So we'd have to meet up with an engineer to do that. Bring a moonstone back. Here, grab that. Surface outpost on the moon. It might be a bit beyond us right now. Orbital station around Kerbin. See, this seems really sick. Antenna, docking port, generate power. 5 Kerbals. Ooh, that is heavy. Stability. We'd have 7 years to do it. I see there's no reason not to pick that up. These rescue and repairs are really fun. I like doing rendezvous. I'll probably not go and accept one immediately, but we could do some of that. Okay, so we're going to be wrapping up our stream here in a minute. Next live streams should be on Monday. I don't think I've got any specific scheduled like sponsored stuff or anything going on. Monday might end up being Return to Tiny Bookshop because I love it. Could be more Kerbal, could be something else. Part of me is also thinking like, oh, we could go back to the times when we were streaming Civ. We'd have to pick a version of Civ to do that. But the surface outpost on the moon, yeah, would be fun. Challenging. I don't know if we'd have like the tech to do it, depending on exactly what they're asking for. Hard drive is now the most revered Kerbinaut on Kerbin. Yeah, we didn't actually check your tags here properly. First moon surface EVA, moon orbital EVA, first flag on the moon, Mach 3 ribbon, the research ribbon, first landing on the moon ribbon. Yep. I mean, that is a pretty big deal there. I'm sure you got yourself a ticker tape parade. Random Microsoft Flight Simulator stream. I haven't played that in ages, and that would be good too. So I don't know what Monday is going to be. There are a number of different possibilities. If you are on the Discord, make sure to chat about it in the Game Suggestions channel. If you are a subscriber on Twitch or a YouTube member or a Patreon supporter, then you can also join the Discord. The way to do it is to load up Discord, go into your account options and connections, and you connect to your Twitch, YouTube, Patreon account. It should get you invited to the server. For some reason, it doesn't work out. Email me, quilly18@quilly18.com. And career mode for MSFS is awesome. Yeah, I think they finally fixed most of the issues, which is really the reason I stopped playing Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is because the career mode was just horrifically broken for so long, but I might have to give it another go. Anyway, that's about it. Thanks for watching. I don't know if A Kiss for Luck has started her stream yet, actually. Maybe I should kill more time. Okay, their stream is going. And what are you playing? Halia and Wreckfest. All right. Give A Kiss for Luck some love, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye, everyone.